The committee will come to order. This morning we commence our third week in the series of hearings that the Science and Technology Committee is holding to investigate the Space Shuttle Challenger accident, and equally as important as to where we will go from here, from the National Space Program. And following the overall plan for our inquiry, we heard first from Chairman Rogers of the Presidential Commission of the Space Shuttle accident. The Commission, under the guidance of its distinguished chairman, had conducted a detailed investigation of the shuttle's hardware and technology failures, and also a thorough analysis of the management decisions associated with the launch. Chairman Rogers, as you know, presented the excellent report that grew out of the Commission's work. Our second group of witnesses was headed by Dr. James Fletcher and was comprised of various other NASA administrators involved in the general governance of the agency, as well as those specifically in charge of the space transportation system. Third, we heard personnel from Morton Thiokol Company, the designer and manufacturer of the solid rocket booster's motor joint. The Rogers Commission identified the faulty operation of this joint as the prime cause for the shuttle's failure on January the 28th. On the same day, we heard from personnel at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. Since the Marshall Center has safety oversight responsibility for the SRB program, the committee considered it important to juxtapose the appearance of the Morton Thiokol and the Marshall Center witnesses. Today we will be hearing from NASA's astronauts, and these are the individuals who are, or have been, the most direct participants in America's manned space flight programs. Their intense training encompasses knowledge of a vehicle's hardware and its specific function, knowledge of and experience with the special characteristics of the space environment through simulation, and most importantly, in-flight intimacy with space travel. They are an extremely unique group of individuals who have been selected for excellence in judgment and expertise. We call on them today to provide us not only with their perspective of missions planning and execution, but also with their view of both the weaknesses and strengths in NASA's current program and operation. This morning we'll hear from Major Donald Slayton, General James McDivitt, Captain John Young, Colonel Henry Hartsfield, and Commander Robert Gibson. This afternoon's session, General Thomas Stafford will join us in a continuation of the proceedings. Our ultimate goal in examining the causes of the shuttle accident is to strengthen the nation's space program so that we can safely and steadfastly continue our pursuit of the dual objectives of space exploration and space development. I want to welcome you all to our hearings, but before we proceed, I now would call upon our distinguished minority leader, Mr. Manny Lujan from New Mexico, for comments and observations he may choose to make at this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I too would like to extend a warm welcome to today's panel of witnesses. There are few people in the world better qualified to talk about space flight than the astronauts who appear before us today for this hearing. Mr. Chairman, it's been almost 6 months since the tragic Challenger accident. During that time, in attempting to find the causes and the cures, we've heard a lot of criticism, so much so that sometimes we forget that we have a great space program. I happen to believe it is the best in the world. To illustrate my point, I might bore the committee with a little story that evolved some time ago. My granddaughter was talking about flying saucers. I told her that in southern New Mexico there had been sightings of spaceships. We read about those all the time. I had been told that they were expecting another sighting on a particular day, so I went down into the area hoping that I could see one. It didn't come, so I stayed another day hoping to catch a sight of one. One did finally come, and I saw it. I saw it land, and I might tell you, Mr. Chairman, that this is a true story. She asked me if I saw any creatures, and I said, yes. She asked me if they were little green men, and I said, no. I then explained to her that the creatures were just like her and me. Their names were Jack Luzma and Gordon Fullerton, as a matter of fact. The point of the story, Mr. Chairman, is that I did see a spaceship land, and that it came from the United States, the only nation in the world to possess a machine that will carry us into space and return just like a regular airplane does. And Mr. Chairman, it's a dangerous operation. I've been told 2,700 things, criticality 1 and 1R, can go wrong. And I marvel every time I see a shuttle land, usually within feet and within seconds of NASA's prediction when it left Kennedy several days before. Our job is not to find fault for fault's sake only, but to learn from this experience from this Challenger experience so we may take corrective action. I'm particularly grateful that members of the Astronaut Corps have agreed to share their wisdom of the years in the space program with us. There are few whose knowledge of the program is deeper and command of issues broader than members of this Astronaut Corps. I look forward to hearing a frank assessment of the strengths and weaknesses of our space program from them today. And when we're through here, I hope that we can get on with the business of rebuilding our space program. We really can't afford to wait much longer for major policy decisions to be made. The longer we wait, the harder and surely the more expensive it gets. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the distinguished gentleman. We have two housekeeping matters to take up first. Without objection, television broadcast, radio broadcast, still photography, other means of coverage will be permitted during the full committee hearings this week on the Rogers Commission report. No objection, so ordered. The second item that we have to take up is that I move that the proposed membership of the Science Policy Task Force, which has been placed before the members, be approved for the 6-month period commencing July 1st, 1986. Is someone second that motion, please? Gentleman from Pennsylvania seconds the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary, so carried. Now, I want to thank you for taking your time to be with us as a distinguished panel. And just for the members, just to reiterate, and for yourselves, we're on a tri-part program here, really. Some people had said, and recently there were some news reports that were issued, an editorial or two, that if the Rogers Commission did their work as they did and did a good job, why should it be necessary that the Congress, namely the Science and Technology Committee of the House and our counterpart in the Senate, why should we be, in effect, holding additional hearings? I kind of was surprised at that in a way because I didn't consider the issue to be concluded on the basis of the Rogers Commission report, nor has this committee, by the way, nor the Congress. I think that's number one. I think number two, the Rogers Commission made it very clear that their initial responsibility as given to them by the President and his directive was based upon the point of view of what happened technologically, in effect, why was there an accident, what happened. And of course we have been pursuing that, and I'm sure there'll be questions and dialogue relating to that tragic issue today from your point of view. But secondly, in that tri-part program, we want to look into the management structure as to really what's happened to NASA, and not NASA bashing. That's not our purpose here at all. We want to be able to take quantum steps forward to improve the situation so we can get back into space as quickly as possible. But safety is, of course, you know, number one. So the second issue that we're devoting our attention to, which you begin to bridge that gap now, as I see it, and Manny and I talked about that earlier, is to start to look to what you see the role that the astronaut corps should play in the overall programming. There were some vast differences in those who participated in earlier manned flights as to what we see the institution beginning to develop into. And then, of course, our third function, when we finish these phases of our hearings, will be to get into the long and short-range policy issues. What does America and what does the Congress do, and what do the people do, what do you do as far as the short-range space program is concerned, getting back out there, and what our goals will be in a major point of view for the long-range issue. So that's where we're coming from. That's what these hearings are about. Now, having said that, who's up number one? Who's going to speak for them? Okay. I want to formally welcome you to our committee, and I guess Major Deke Slayton has been designated for us to call upon to make the first initial observations. Does anyone have a formal statement? That's where I'm coming from. Okay. So suppose we recognize now Major Slayton for your observation.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to visit with you, and I do not have a prepared statement. I didn't get notification in time to do that. I gathered from your letter, however, that one of your primary interests was in how the astronaut corps interfaces with the rest of the management team.
Could you pull that microphone a little closer to you, Major?
Closer?
Yes, please. It's a little hard to hear.
How's that? Any better?
That's better.
And I guess being one of the more mature guys here at the table, I can probably relate back to how we started and where we ended up in the shuttle program initially. I can't speak to what happened, obviously, since then, but you've got much more talented folks than I to talk about that one. But at the time we came into the Mercury program, there were 7 of us flight crew, and one of the first things we did was to break up into technical areas of expertise. And each guy took a major technical area of the program to follow and to make technical inputs into. We all reported directly at that time to the center director, Bob Gilruth, and of course we were a very small, tight organization at that time. The precedence for that had been set by guys like Scotty Crossfield in the back of the room who worked on the X-15 and probably put in at least 10,000 hours of engineering design for every hour he flew. And that's typical in this business, and we probably did about the same thing in the Mercury program. We had a very strong voice directly into the engineering system. There were some things we didn't like when we came on board. The design was fairly well set, and we were able to influence the change in those and make them happen. Management listened to us. We had a lot of changes we proposed that were not adopted too, because somebody in the management chain has to make a management judgment in many cases. If you have 7 guys and pose a problem to them, you'll get 7 different answers, and somebody has to decide which one of those do we want to implement. At the time the Mercury program was about over, we'd already committed to a lunar landing, and it became obvious that we were now going to have to get organized and expand the astronaut corps. And I had the misfortune at that time of being grounded due to a medical problem. So I was elected to take over the management of the astronaut corps, a job I didn't really particularly care about, but was the next best thing. And so then we had submerged the rest of the corps down 1 level below the director, because he now reported through me to the center director. A few months later than that, we brought another group of astronauts on board, including John Young and Jim McDivitt to my right. And then at that same time, it became obvious that this organization was going to have to expand very, very rapidly and get much bigger, and we reorganized into a flight crew operations director. So my function was then elevated to not only encompass the astronaut corps, but the aircraft operations and everything related to flight crew training, the simulators, procedures, and crew equipment. I ran 2 jobs at that time, and I was chief of the astronauts and also the director of flight crews, but I was still reported to the center director. Shortly after that, Al Shepard had the misfortune of getting grounded, which was good fortune for me, because I put him in charge of the astronaut office at that time. And from then on through the early part of the Apollo program, that's the way we operated. So inputs from the flight crews, excuse me, generally went to Al, and from him they came to me, and then they went on into the system. And we had a system in those days, which still exists, I believe, where the program managers ran a configuration control system. Originally, there were design reviews. The flight crews participated intimately in all of those. Once the design was fixed, then you had a configuration control system, and I always represented the crews on that particular system. Any inputs coming in came up through channels, and I'm sure there's some changes that people recommended on occasion that didn't get in that they thought should have. But as usual, when you get 50 smart guys, they got a lot of different ways of doing things, and you have to nail down one and say, this is the way we're going to go. There's another factor at work, and that's that there's a lot of people in the engineering elements of subsystems that would have a pet idea that they weren't able to float up through their element of the organization. And it was always nice to be able to go and tag an astronaut somewhere and get him to agree with them. And then they could come in and say, hey, this is what the astronaut corps wants to do, which would give them some extra leverage. And we had to be very careful of that we could only have one astronaut position come in relative to a particular change. But this was a continuing dialogue and an ongoing thing, and I think it worked very well, and these guys can tell you whether it worked as well as I thought it did. They may not agree with me. But I think certainly the astronaut corps in general and in total had a voice in all elements of the design, of the development, and the operation. When you got down to the flight readiness review aspects, again, I was a member of that board. I had the option at any point of saying, hey, I don't think this flight's ready to go, and we don't want to go. It was my job to deliver the crew to the pad for the flight, and I surely would never have taken one down there if I thought it was unreasonably unsafe, recognizing that none of them are ever safe. That cannot be guaranteed, but it's a qualitative thing. If I might dwell on that for 1 second, we back in the Mercury program when we flew the Atlas, it had an 80% probability of success, and that was considered acceptable because it's the best we knew how to do. You wouldn't send a shuttle crew down with an 80% probability of succeeding. Excuse me. So that kind of summarizes. I think I can take one more step while I have the floor, and that's when I got a chance to fly in the Apollo Soyuz, I did, and then I came back into a different management role, and that was program management. And I no longer had direct responsibility for the flight crews, so I had responsibility for the program. But again, the crew always had a direct input to whatever we did, and under no conditions would I have ever committed a flight, either an approach and landing test or one of the 2 orbital flights I was responsible for, without having the crew's concurrence in it. The crew commanders always had a strong voice in whatever we did, and I don't think, again, they can speak for themselves. But when a guy was assigned to a flight, he essentially became commander of his own ship, and he was responsible for keeping that crew tied together and doing the things necessary, and we were all there to help him do that job. Now, what's changed since 1982, I can't speak to, and I'll stop here. Thank you.
I thank you, Major. How about General McDivitt? Your observations, please.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I have an opportunity to follow Deke because I sort of like to continue on with the same train of thought that he had. During the time that I was an astronaut, I participated in the program as described by him. I always felt that I had a route to the top, a very direct route, and didn't have anybody that would stop it as long as I had a decent idea. And the point that Deke makes about trying to pull together the ideas of 7, 16, 20, 30, 50, or 100 astronauts, it's a difficult thing to do. And when you have a generic issue that deals with the entire program, to be able to speak with force and have respect for the position that you take, you have to speak with a single voice. And we always did that, at least I thought we did. As Deke mentioned, some of our ideas didn't get through the filters, and sometimes they did, but at least we stood together and we had a unified astronaut position that went forward. When I got to be a crew commander, those things which were flight specific for that flight, I felt were my responsibility. We'd talk them over. If they were generic, but if they were flight specific, I could deal with the program manager or through Deke, and I had a way to the program. Later on, after I stopped flying as an astronaut, I became the program manager for the Apollo spacecraft program. And looking at it from the other side, I felt that if I needed a position from the crew for a specific flight, I could always go to the crew commander and we could discuss that issue. If I needed a generic program-related issue, I could go to Deke and we could work out what the astronaut's position was as a whole, and it swung a lot more weight than 50 different voices coming to me. I chaired that configuration control board that Deke talked about for 3 years, and on it I had representatives of the Flight Operations Directorate, the ground crew, I had the flight crew, I had the program managers that reported to me for the command and service module, for the lunar module. I had an associate program manager for safety. I had my systems division chief, and I had a secretary that looked after it. And we had the contractors represented on the board too, one for the command and service module and one for the lunar module. At those meetings, we had the official astronaut input. Sometimes I would agree with it, and sometimes I wouldn't, depending on how it affected the programmatic issues which I had to deal with. And as Deke said, he was forced into pulling together the various viewpoints of the astronauts and coming up with a single position for the astronaut office. I was forced into pulling together a single position for the program, considering what was said by the astronauts, what was said by flight operations, the doctors, and all the other people, and pulling together that program position. I must say, though, that while I found in favor of the astronauts sometime and against them other times, we never had that issue with respect to anything that dealt with safety of flight. And Deke knew that, I'm sure he knew, that if we had a safety flight issue, we'd get it resolved very quickly. We never flew with open issues on the spacecraft, and we had a method through that configuration control board of dealing with all the issues which came up in the program. So I think that I found that there was a role for the astronauts in the astronaut office in bringing their way up into and through a formal management structure to the program manager. I found that being on the program side of it, I had to have that single point of contact where I knew what that position, the astronaut position, was. And as Deke mentioned, there were a lot of guys who had pet ideas that tried to get the endorsement of an astronaut so it could be the astronaut position. But unless it came out of the astronaut office and through Deke, it wasn't the astronaut position. So we had a very rigid, formal process, excuse me, that we went through. And there weren't any loose ends about who was really representing this position. I knew who it was. Thank you.
Thank you, General. How about Captain Young?
Well, it's a great honor for us to be here today to talk about this. We have a little different situation now. We have about 88 active astronauts, and they're scattered throughout the agency right now across all lines in management. There's Dick Truly up here in Washington in office, space flight. Serving with him right now is Captain Crippen, trying to decide how to organize the management structure of the Space Shuttle program. We have in Houston, Charlie Bolden is an assistant director for the deputy technical assistant to the director of the Johnson Space Center. In the program office, working for Arnie Aldridge's Level 2 board, we have Brian O'Connor doing technical assistant for operations, and we have about 7 or 8 others directly involved in the management scheme. But we do get together just the same as everybody did in the old days and discuss things over a Monday morning meetings and decide what our positions are going to be with respect to various objects, and then we go through our chain of command, through the director of flight operations, through the director of the space operations directorate, to the director of the Johnson Space Center, and come up with issues. I think there is probably one difference of what we used to do in old days and what we did prior to the 51L accident, and that is because people started believing, and some of the agency believed, that the Space Shuttle was operational in the sense that you really didn't have to think as much about issues involving safety as we really should have thought about. And some of this was self-generated on our part. We're taking steps to correct that right now. We have crews participating at the Kennedy Space Center in 8 technical panels reviewing paperwork and preparedness. We have crews participating in the design of the solid rocket booster redesign at the Marshall Space Flight Center. Commander Hoot Gibson is leading that group, and he has Mark Brown working for him, Mr. Mark Brown, and also Dave Leesma is working with the main engine people over at Marshall. So we have people all over the agency that are working now help us to correct the 51L accident. We agree with the conclusions of the commission in their entirety because, as you know, in the recommendations, all the data that the analysis was made from was provided for by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, so it's kind of easy for us to agree with those recommendations, and we support them wholeheartedly. And the astronaut office right now is participating in the best way that we can to return this agency and the Space Shuttle to safe operating conditions. We think that what we're doing is the best that we can do in every way for this country to make the shuttle get back to safe operating status as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. How about Colonel Hartsfield?
Mr. Chairman, I can only echo what John has said. In respect to how we handle issues in the office, as I've always said, if you ask 12 astronauts, you'll get 13 opinions on a subject. But we do raise a lot of issues that we certainly don't agree on. But we have, after our Monday morning tag-up, and we do tag up every Monday morning, which was the custom when I arrived at the office and the way that Mr. Slayton ran the office when I came there. and discuss the problems that have arisen over the last week and everything that's going on, so we all have a common starting ground, at least for that week. But from time to time, we raise issues that are not agreed upon. So we have little special meetings we call issue meetings. And we will get everybody together and discuss the issues and hear all sides of it and come out of there with a consensus opinion that becomes the position for the astronaut office. And we've done that as long as I've been there. And that's the position that we try to take forward then to the control boards and the other agencies, the other elements of the organization that handle these issues. Now, again, I would agree with John. I fully support the Commission's report. I think what they recommended is the right thing to do. We've got people spread out, as John says, working on different aspects of this retrospection period that we're going through, looking at all facets of the program, the maintenance, the critical items list, and our flight rules. And one message that I think we're trying to carry to all these people is the idea of safety. Safety has to be the key. And what we're trying to do is build an attitude. Safety is an attitude. And it's an attitude that we're trying to engender throughout the agency. I'm reminded of a story that Ken Manley used to tell when he was getting ready to fly on Apollo 16. He went out to the pad and was climbing around the Saturn V out there and went into an interstage area, and there was a workman back there with a wrench. And Ken spoke to him and asked him how he was doing. He said, doing fine. And he told Ken, he says, I don't know how this complex machine works, and I don't know too much about your job, except I admire you. But I'll tell you one thing, it's not going to fail because of me. Now, that's the attitude I think that we've got to get throughout this agency.
Commander Gibson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me add my sentiments to Captain Young's. We certainly do concur with the Commission findings, and we support the recommendations, and we're going to do everything that we can to implement all of those and come back from that accident. I can probably speak about the working relationship within NASA from the new guy's standpoint, perhaps being from one of the later astronaut groups in 1978. And we found during all of the testing and the support that we did leading up to the first flights of the shuttle that the working troops within NASA, the working level people, were very ready and willing to take our recommendations to improve the testing and to facilitate getting the thing in the air. As General McDivitt said later on as a crew commander, I was able to find that the system was very responsive to any inputs that came from the crew commander as such. And I guess maybe in the past we've had, perhaps our problems have come from where we didn't have total agreement maybe between the crew viewpoint and some of the viewpoints within NASA. The tires and brakes are probably a good example, and my fellow crew member, Congressman Nelson, I'm sure will remember us discussing the brakes at great length, and I think that the primary disagreement there came from in our area where we felt that the brakes were a safety item and that other people thought that the brakes were more of a reusability issue. And so we didn't always have total agreement on where our safety problems were, where our reusability problems were. But for the most part, I think that we are working within the NASA organization, and we are well received, and as I say, we are working to come back.
Well, we thank you for your initial presentation. What we're going to do, it's part of our job now. We'll have to recess for 10 minutes while we go and vote, and then we'll return. Then we'll continue from there.
Well done, Mr. Chairman. How late do you think? These guys are pretty damn professional.
Oh, aren't they though? Yeah.
I feel proud.
No, and to think that they've been subsumed down underneath some munchkin somewhere, you know.
Yeah. just birds go. Yeah. Plus, it wasn't someone down underneath. It was the marshal. And the NASA watching.
The committee will reconvene when we declared our short recess while we went to vote. We have had the opportunity to have an overview from our distinguished witnesses of their observations of the space program in part, and also their basic feelings and some of the ideas they expressed as far as the overall relationship between the astronaut corps and the input into the agency. There's a couple of questions I would like to ask at this point and perhaps make an observation. We have deliberately, and we want to thank you, by the way, for joining with us. We deliberately selected particular people to participate in these hearings because what we're trying to, amongst other things, what we're trying to achieve is what role does the Corps literally play, and what your own perception is of that role as far as the decision-making process is concerned within the whole space program. And I have observed myself when Major Slayton testified as a pioneer, if you like, in the field, and then getting to some of the Commander Gibson and Captain Young, who are currently very active, that there seemed to be a feeling you portrayed to me, and maybe it's only dialogue, I don't think so, that you felt that there was a relationship, an immediate relationship, so that if something concerned you, you could express that right to the leadership immediately, and it was translated immediately. And then the question we have to ask when we get to Commander Gibson and Captain Young, particularly at that point, is do you feel that dynamic exists? And somebody made the point of view that safety was really a state of mind. I believe you made that point, General. So I think that's important. Now, let's ask the first question, your observations. Do you feel that the same dynamics between the Corps, who are literally the commanders and people who fly and are responsible, and I think someone, you made that point, Major, that if you didn't think you should fly, you didn't fly, and that decision was made by the commanders of the flight, not by somebody else in the NASA system or an industry or whatever. That's the issue we'd like to kind of mature a little bit. Do you feel, first of all, Major Slayton, your observations, do you feel from what you see that prevails? And then let's switch over to Commander Gibson or Captain Young.
Well, I think John and Hoot can probably address that a little better than I can. The only observation I would make, not being in the system anymore and trying to determine what's changed organizationally, is I think maybe the Corps has submerged another level or two down in the hierarchy from where it used to be. And my observation is any time you start putting layering between groups, you build new problems. You build communications problems. And you just don't have the direct access. So where we used to be able to talk directly to the center director about things and even to the NASA administrator, if they're going to stay within channels and being good, disciplined government guys, I'm sure they most of the time do, they've got to go through about 3 or 4 different people to get to that same level. And that would be my opinion of what may be different. And I think anything you can do to clear out the channels and get direct communication running, not only between the astronaut corps, but every place else in the system, because I observed from this report that that's not a problem unique to the astronaut corps. That was another problem that was in some of the other centers. And to me, that's one that's got to get fixed throughout the agency.
Commander Gibson?
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd amplify what Mr. Slayton said. We are definitely moved down to a level a bit below where we used to be. Our comments and concerns can still, of course, be made known to Captain Young, and he carries them forward. But again, he's reporting through another chain that we weren't reporting through before. And it seems like each time perhaps that we report through a different level, it gets filtered just a little bit. So
Okay.
I'd agree with what Mr. Slayton said.
Let me hear from Captain Young.
There was talk prior to the 51 accident, since Space Shuttle has become operational, as everybody was talking about, that we were going to do away with things like flight readiness reviews. We're going to do away with the crew reporting of their mission. In fact, we had done away with it for several crews did not report up the chain of command to report what they did on their missions, which had always been...
Two things, Captain. Pull that microphone closer.
Okay.
And when you say they did not report, who told them? How did that happen? Was it just a change of direction, or that's important?
Well, I think when everyone at NASA, and it was across the agency-wide, started considering the Space Shuttle as operational, much like an airliner, which it certainly is not, and which we certainly have always held the opinion that it's not an airliner and can never be an airliner. Agency-wide, people started thinking of it as an airliner, which it, as the 51L accident points out, and some of the things in the 51L Commission report, it is not an airliner. When you start treating it like an airliner and you start treating your astronauts like airline pilots down in the bowels of the airline system, that's how we were working things before the accident in quite a few areas. And therefore, operational or safety issues from the crews were not a matter of concern to management. And I can certainly understand that, except that the 51L accident points out that was probably not the way we ought to do, and we're going to take steps, and we are taking steps to ensure that that attitude gets corrected agency-wide. We do have to worry more about the safety of the machinery and the safety of operational decision-makings. There's a place in the structure that people speak of these days called risk management. And I think our position, since we have 3 orbiters left, that we need to take the position throughout the agency that we're going to operate in a safe and conservative manner every time we fly the Space Shuttle. In other words, we won't take chances similar to some that we took in 1985 with the weather, for example, or we won't take chances with lighting situations, and we won't overstress our ability to do things with our machine that has placards on it. For example, crosswind placards. We wouldn't want to exceed any of those because simulations show us that that wouldn't be a very good idea. So we are going to change the direction of the agency, and we can't afford not to with only 3 orbiters left. We're going to have to do the right thing.
General, do you have any comments you want to make on that?
Well, let me put my program manager's hat on and not my astronaut hat.
You got to be careful with that terminology.
I would feel awfully uneasy as a program manager if I didn't have direct access to the views of the astronauts. I quite frankly feel that from an organizational, functional standpoint, that there's a requirement to know and have ready for flight the crew, the ground system, the launch equipment, and the equipment that flies, both the rockets and the spacecraft. I noticed only recently when I was reading parts of the Commission's report that the astronaut office now reports into something called operations or something like that, which does indeed remove it from the position that it had been before. If I were the program manager, I really look at that function as 2 different functions: the ground system, where the flight controllers are, and the flying system, where the astronauts are. It would be getting filtered before it got to me as a program manager, and I quite frankly wouldn't like that. Not from an astronaut standpoint, but from as a program management standpoint. You don't really have access to the data in a timely fashion and get the relatively unfiltered perception of how these problems are seen by those 2 distinctly different organizations. And I would rather have that come to me and let me make the decision on it instead of having somebody in front of me making the filtering and then bringing to me the filtered version of it. So as a program manager, I wouldn't really like to see the organization the way it is structured today. I also note that in looking at the Johnson Space Center organization, that from an organizational standpoint, just a block diagram standpoint, the Engineering and Development Directorate is at the same level as this Operations Directorate, whatever it's called, and down below that are these other two things. I don't really see it that way. I see engineering, ground control, and flight operations are up in the space, all at the same level, and they're really not like that. So I think just from an organizational chart, it doesn't look very well. I don't think it'll do a good job, and from a program management standpoint, I would feel that I wasn't getting all the information I needed.
Colonel Hartsfield.
Well, since I've been at the Johnson Space Center, we've had two major reorganizations. And in each of those, the astronaut office was pushed to a deeper level. We still, as I said earlier, managed to get our inputs in, but as Mr. Gibson said, it was filtered. We were not speaking organizationally with the same voice that we had in the early 70s. As far as how the commander got treated in this thing, I'd like to give my viewpoint on that. I've flown 3 times, the last 2 times as a commander, and I will have to say, in leading up to the flight, that the responsibility to pull that flight together and work a lot of the problems did belong to me as the commander. And my viewpoints, I think, were listened to in the preparations of the flight. In fact, I even remember an incident before the launch of 41D that we had a problem with the spacecraft that was brought to me the night before we were supposed to launch. And I was told that they'd discovered just that day or very recently a possible single failure point that could cause some problems with the separation of the SRB. And it would require a software patch to get around it. And I was asked, there's a low probability. We'd flown 11 previous flights that way, but how did I feel about it? Did we want to launch with that problem or not? And after discussing it a little bit, I said, well, I think we ought to fix it. It's only a 1-day slip. Let's not take the chance. Now, we delayed a day and fixed the software up. Now, in my mind, that's the way the system should work. There were other decisions, the other inputs, of course, to that decision, and the upper management had to make the decision now. So I'm not sure we could put it in the vein that the crew said don't go and we didn't. But all I'm saying, in this particular case, it seemed like the crew opinion of this problem was honored. And I think that I would like to see that in these types of situations that the viewpoint of the crew certainly carry a lot of weight with the management.
Well, I think we've come 360 degrees on that area, and the point that leads to the question. Here we have Major Slayton makes the point of view that in his earlier experience as a pioneer in this field, that his concern as a crew commander, as a member of the crew, was listened to. And I believe, if I don't want to misrepresent, I think I heard you say that if you decided as the commander that they would not fly, they would not fly. Is that a correct interpretation? That's what you said, I think. Now, here we have a scenario where we've been flying, and I think someone else made the point, if you'd like to reiterate that, that the rationale has to be portrayed that astronauts and commanders of flights are not airline pilots by any stretch of the imagination, okay? And I think you made that point very eloquently. But now we come back with a scenario where we have a number of flights flying, and we have a situation that arises, and I'm not going to get into too much depth as the technology, I think we've come through a lot of that, where a decision has to be made. And there's a meeting that's held and supposed to be, for a half hour, lasted for an hour, where a decision was made to fly or not to fly. And I don't recall in any part of that testimony, maybe my colleagues would know one way or the other, I don't recall the testimony where you were consulted, where the Corps was involved. Now, Major Slayton says that he had, at his level at that point in the evolution, if you like, of the programming, he had the right to say yay or nay. And here we have a group of people, the Thiokol people and the people from Marshall got together, and they made the decision to fly or not to fly. Now the question is, was the astronaut office, was the astronaut corps consulted on that decision? Or has the management program become so institutionalized that we were considered to be airline pilots and therefore we would not be involved and have the right to make the decision, yea or nay, we shall fly or we shall not fly? That's a legitimate question we ought to try to answer. Captain Young.
I don't want to take away from airline pilots because I think they have a hard job as it is.
Because I use them all the time, and you can rest assured I don't want to take away from them.
But in this particular instance, with respect to the cold temperatures on the solid rocket motor seals, there were no astronauts involved in that conversation, nor any people from operations, mission operations, or the astronaut office, to my knowledge, involved in that conversation. There are times when you get in close to launch that the system that says whether you're going to fly or not to fly could be represented by astronauts. We don't have it done that way right now. There could be astronauts going to every meeting involving those kind of decisions.
And why not?
Well, it would seem that if you're operational, when you get down close to launch, the thing that the astronaut should be worried about are those things that he or she can do something about. For example, it was done on 51L. Dick Scobie had a problem with knowing that the hatch was closed on 51L and stopped the launch till they fixed the hatch on one of the scrubs before the 51L flight launched. And so he was directly involved in that, and that's the kind of operational thing that the crew commander has to be worried about when you get ready to fly. But there were no astronauts represented on the solid rocket motor seal problem, and in fact, I'm not sure the way that the system got that kind of information that if they had been represented in that manner that it would have made any difference to the program. We have heard in flight and readiness reviews, and I've sat right in there myself, serious concerns, which we didn't know were serious concerns, that people talked about, things like the solid rocket motor nozzle, which also has seal problems. The consequences of those seal problems not working would be just as serious as a 51L accident. And when people present these things in a manner that they don't appear serious to you, everybody in the room says, let's go fly.
Well, what I want to develop for the record, and not to lead your answer, the question is that here is a situation, you all spoke of safety in your initial presentations, which is the premier issue that we're concerned with. You brought up factors of 80% safe. We talk about 800 criticality items that are involved, any one of which could create a catastrophe. Now, it seems to me to be, as one member of this committee, be a little bit extraordinary, and maybe I'm wrong, is that here it's been known for 6 or 7 years that there's been a problem with the O-rings in that particular area. It seems to me that did the astronaut corps, the current astronaut corps, were they advised? Were they aware of the seriousness of, I think there was 12 or 14 flights where they had problems, you know, which they were able to ascertain afterwards with the O-ring seals and so forth. They knew that problem existed. It was a serious one. Did the Corps know that at all?
No, sir. When we were looking at the solid rocket motor for the first mission, STS-1, Bob Crippen and I went up to Thiokol, and we were briefed that there was no such thing as, well, we weren't briefed that anybody knew anything about joint rotation. In fact, they explained to us that you didn't even need the seals in there because when the case expanded, it would seal against the metal to metal. You'd have a metal to metal seal, and so you could really take the seals out and didn't need either one of them. And there were some people complaining about having to put 2 seals in. So I said, well, when we first heard about this, we said that we would look at the solid rocket motor qualification firings, and if they didn't have any trouble, we figured we were home free with a solid rocket motor had a 1 reliability as close as you could get it. It made a lot of sense, and we had 2 seals in these factory joints, and the astronaut office had not, to my mind, had any knowledge of solid rocket motor seal problems from then on. nor even considered it. And neither did anybody in mission operations at the Johnson Space Center or any other directorate at the Johnson Space Center have any idea there were any seal problems with a rocket, to my knowledge.
Will the chairman yield?
Gentleman from New York.
Just to follow this up, the Rogers Commission recommended that either the flight commander or a representative of the flight commander sit in on the flight readiness review that takes place about 2 weeks before launch. And I assume that all of you have endorsed in general the recommendations of the Rogers Commission.
Yes, sir, and we sit in on the flight readiness reviews.
Let me just go ahead of that. You had 2 emergency meetings within like 14 hours of launch. You had one the night before with the thiacol people on the problem of the sub-freezing temperatures and on the problem of the seal. Then within an hour of scheduled flight time before that, you had another meeting with the Rockwell people on the problem of the ice. These were 2 almost emergency type of meetings where the safety engineers had the most urgent concerns about the safety of the flight. Don't you think that we might extend the recommendations of the Rogers Commission, not only to include the flight commander in on the more or less routine flight readiness review that took place as a routine matter 2 weeks before flight, but also include him in on any emergency meetings that might have taken place within 12 or 24 hours before the flight, and in this case of the second meeting with Rockwell, within an hour of the flight?
Well, I think we could certainly put people in those kind of meetings. I'm not sure they have the technical expertise to really be able to say go or no go. We had a problem of our own on the flight. You know, the egress path we found out later was covered with ice, and from a crew standpoint, I don't think you would have wanted to launch where you can't, you know, where your path to the slide wires is covered with ice. You would not launch from that standpoint. We could have made that input, but for crews to say whether a solid rocket motor seal is safe to fly or not safe to fly, or where the engine turbine blade is safe to operate with or not to operate with, you've got to have engineering expertise to do that, and our people are trained to fly spaceships, and they're trained very well, and they can work thousands of procedures with things they can do something about. But as far as technical expertise to say go or no go on a really technical issue of performance, you could have a gut feeling that it wouldn't be a good thing to do. You sure could have that, and you could express those feelings at a meeting.
Well,
but
what I'm trying to develop, and then I'm going to yield to the gentleman from New Mexico, our ranking member. What I'm trying to develop is that we have a broad base from the beginning of the program to now to the ongoing dynamics of the program. One of the issues we're talking about is what happened in management. You folks as astronauts are going to fly this experimental craft. It is not an airplane, as you said yourself. And there are 7 lives that are involved, and those people have got to at least have the feeling, I would assume, when they get into that aircraft or that spacecraft, that it's going to fly to the best of their knowledge. Now, here, let me finish. What Major Slayton says is that there was a dynamic that existed in the initial part of the program, and there were people who were saying, well, should we fly or shouldn't we fly? The question is, should the astronaut corps be more into the upfront decision-making end of the situation? Should they have the right to abort a flight? How does that, because you're constantly, according to the chart that's in the commission report, you're getting pushed further and further away from the decision-making. They're treating you like pilots. Now, it seems to me that, and I don't say that unkindly, I don't say that in any way. All I'm simply trying to get at is, if you knew that there was a problem with those O-rings, it's been going on for 7 years, there was half of the flights that were flown, they had a problem, would you have allowed that to fly that day? Could you have done anything? Suppose, could you have decided, could you have said, no way, we're not going to fly? Did you feel you could have done that?
I think you could have done it, but I'm telling you, the rest of the agency, if they had been aware of the seriousness of this problem, we wouldn't have flown. It's just flat, we would have fixed it. If other people responsible in the management structure had really had the feeling that this was a serious problem, we wouldn't have gone.
Do you feel in the current...
And we have to believe that, because there are, on the orbiter, there are 1,500 criticality 1 items on the orbiter alone, on STS-1, they haven't changed any. Those items are still there. And if the system, the management system, can't make sure that those things are ready to fly, we can never fly again. And if you have an astronaut in every step of the way saying, don't fly because of this, this, or this, where they have no knowledge of what kind of technical expertise has gone into the problem, it'd be troublesome.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Mexico.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and again, welcome to all of you to the committee. Captain Young, one of the things that is kind of interesting that you said was that we now have people from the astronaut corps in different areas. Gibson looking at the engines. We have Bob Crippen up here, and so on. Now that's during the time when we're down, that nobody's flying. You think that as one of the changes that we ought to make is to have astronauts in all the different areas looking into them, and if so, what problems does that create with active astronauts when we are flying? I guess maybe basically you think that we ought to keep that up, having astronauts all over the place to look at the different things.
While you're not flying, it's a very easy thing to do because it keeps everybody involved in technically interesting areas. When you start flying and you have, as we had before we stopped flying, we had named 11 or 12 flight crews, and we were going to name 3 or 4 more flight crews. A total of probably 70 people would be assigned, 70 different people would be assigned to flight crews with an astronaut corps of say 90. In that case, it's very difficult to assign everybody to an area unless you want people to work 2 jobs. And we have some very good people in the astronaut office, and many of them can work 2 jobs. But it's difficult when you're on a flight crew to work more than a flight crew job, really is. And but
I guess maybe what we're saying is that an effort ought to be made to have somebody from the astronaut corps involved in the different phases of it.
Well, they are. We have the deputy of flight crew operations as an astronaut, and he goes to the flight readiness reviews, and he participates in the program requirements change control boards. But it's not to the level of detail that this group is agency-wide right now. And once you get back to flying, you probably wouldn't want to be you're in more of a design process right now than we are in a flight process. And once you get back to being operating a space shuttle, you probably wouldn't want to have people scattered all over the place.
What about graduating some guys into those desk positions?
Well,
some of that, maybe?
We could do that, yes, sir. It's very hard to keep people around when they're not flying. Yeah, yes, sir.
Let me follow up on your now famous memo. Did you feel kind of looked down upon or antagonism or anything after that memo? How was it received, do you think?
Well, Congressman, that was an internal memo and wasn't scheduled for release, and I was really trying to get people to think, which is the purpose of all the memos that I have ever written. But it was a result of going to meetings and finding that this attitude towards safety since the accident, it looked like to me that a lot of people had watched this thing on the television and hadn't appreciated the effect that it was going to have on the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and the way we do business. And we had not changed our attitude about the way we operate in one little bit, so I wrote that memo. And it's just like anything else when you do that. I got a lot of letters from people all over the country that thought it was an attaboy, and a lot of letters from people who offered to take my job and because they wanted to fly the shuttle, and they told me what I could do with that memo. But that's normal.
What I was thinking of more than what the general public's reaction might have been, the encouragement or disencouragement that someone in the astronaut corps may have from NASA itself for bringing up problems like that. Did you feel like NASA was saying to you, you ought to keep your mouth shut if you
no,
if you
NASA,
feel that way,
NASA
or thanks a lot for bringing out these points?
No, NASA really doesn't doesn't care. I don't think you write memos until you've exhausted all your other avenues, and I run out of road pretty fast sometimes, so that's what the problem is. But month after the accident, when people aren't turning things around, as serious as a matter as that was, I think something should have been done. And part of it was because the whole agency didn't have anybody. They were all busy investigating the accident, trying to get things squared away.
You had voiced these concerns before?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
the same concerns. One final thing, you indicated that astronauts do attend the flight readiness review meetings that are held, along with those teleconferences that are being taped and all that. Is the astronaut office plugged into that or not?
On the L-1 briefing, the teleconference, yes, sir, we listen to it. We could, if we have a problem, the program manager always comes over to sit with the astronauts after the L-1 briefing for a couple of hours, and any inputs that anybody hears on the L-1, they get to discuss with the program manager.
You feel more comfortable, well, Kathy Sullivan said she wouldn't fly again for a long time. That's part of the press reports. You feel the same way?
If we fix these design problems, I'd fly again. Yes, sir, I'm scheduled to fly on the Space Telescope.
You mean just the, you're talking about just the solid rocket booster seal?
Landing gear.
I think there's several other issues. The program manager mentioned the last time he was here, maybe a couple of hundred that they're looking at, some of which are rather serious design issues that we have an opportunity to take from a criticality 1 status and put in some other status, and I'd feel more comfortable about flying once we fix it.
You have the
No, sir, I don't. I tell you, Dick Truly can get the exact number.
Oh, I know the criticality one. There's 700 and some, but I meant of the ones that have to be resolved, probably the joint, the brakes, the landing mechanism. Those are the things that you're talking about.
Yes, sir, and maybe a couple more besides.
One final question. I'm concerned, and I think one of the things that you touched on, of having guys all over the system looking at things like that. Do you think we ought to perhaps start a new class type of astronauts that with this kind of technical expertise whose primary responsibility it is to, for example, if Commander Gibson wants to continue flying and somebody to be over there looking at the main engines that either doesn't fly as much, just every once in a while as a prize, you know, let them go up or something like that, but that their primary responsibility is not flying and more looking at the astronaut Corps' concerns. Do you think that might be advantageous?
Well, I think having astronauts to do that kind of work and fly on occasion is a very sort of expensive way to do astronauts. I think you can get real good engineers to do the same thing a heck of a lot cheaper and make just as good of inputs. And I think NASA has a gracious plenty of those kind of people around who are really responsible. In the main, you like to keep astronauts around to fly spaceships because that's their talent and that's what they want to do. And it is very difficult to keep an active person like Hoot Gibson engaged in solid rocket motor redesign if it runs on too long. Isn't that true, Hoot?
Well, yeah, I can understand that. The main reason he's in the astronaut corps is so he can fly. That's
right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
One final and short question. You say that people do attend the FRRs and are involved in the telecons and all of that sort of thing. The one, do you happen to know if that telecon for 51L was taped or not? We seem to be having trouble finding that.
No, sir, I would have no way to know that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes our distinguished chairman, Mr. Fuqua from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for not being able to be here. I'm shuttling between two meetings, but in follow-up to the question that's been asked, I'd like to ask Jim McDivitt and Deke Slayton. You have been there. You've been away now. You've had a chance. You're not directly involved. How would you implement better communication between the astronaut office and the launch procedures and so forth that has been recommended by the Rogers Commission? And as John Young pointed out, if I interpret what he says right, it's not a good utilization of all the astronauts to have them run around and review all the safety procedures. How would you two propose that problem be addressed? I think very strongly myself that there should be closer involvement by the astronaut office in the review. I had questions the last reorganization at Houston about that very problem. But how would you two propose that it be done?
Well, I would propose that it didn't operate too bad the way we started, and that was to have what we called a flight crew operations director, which reported directly to the center director, and the chief of that office was the senior astronaut. And that worked very well. We had understanding within our organization down the line. I think an appropriate point, though, that John brought up, no matter how you do this, if you don't have the communication in the rest of the system relating to it, you can't make any better decisions than anybody else can.
And probably in the most recent case, you would not have had that information.
Exactly. It appears to be so. So I think equally important to try to get a little better communication between the astronaut corps and their management. You certainly have to go back and look at the rest of NASA and the other centers, because it appears to me that's where the big problem lies in this particular incident, that the communication did not exist, that the work can level up through the chain of command to level 2 and level 1, because as John indicated, if those gentlemen had known on the 28th of July or January what they know today, they wouldn't have made the decision they made. Right. None of us would have. So there was a big lack of communication.
Jim?
Mr. Congressman, I think I would recommend that the Flight Crew Operations Directorate be moved up to report to the Center Director, as well as the Flight Operations Directorate. I'm not sure exactly what they're called these days. I think both of those organizations are very key to flying, and having them go through another layer of management before they get to the Center Director creates a filter which is not necessary or desirable for either one of them. I think it also gets them on the same level as the engineering organizations within the Manned Spacecraft Center and gives them better access to the program.
How about interfacing with the Associate Administrator for Space Transportation? In this case, today would be Admiral Truly.
Well, I think it has to be done within the rigid framework that NASA has. I think you have to be careful about going out of the chains, and their normal institutional route is through the Center Director. The programmatic route, though, is through the Program Manager in Houston, I guess the Level 2 thing in Houston, and then on up to Commander Truly. Admiral Truly. I think there should be a caution, though, about putting too much responsibility on astronauts when either they don't have the time to do it, like the flight crew commander is very busy prior to flight. He normally doesn't have time to spend a lot of his time involved in reviewing engineering decisions that have already been made by very professional people. His concern is, how am I going to remember all of those things that I have to do during launch abort and all the other things. So I would caution you about burdening him. I think there is a need for adequate representation of the astronaut office in those meetings. I don't know whether that exists today. From what John said, it sounds like it does. I would be cautious about overloading him with things which he can't handle. I think the other thing is that you've got to be careful that you don't put the astronauts in situations where they have less information available to them than the people who are already making the decisions. And quite frankly, when I was a crew commander, I had to rely on the people within Flight Crew Operations Directorate to represent me, in the program office people to make the decisions that were far beyond the technical capabilities of my crew or the people in Flight Crew Operations. If it was a very detailed problem with respect to some small rocket engine, we needed rocket engine experts, not generalists. So I would be careful about getting astronauts in positions throughout the organization where they're not adequately briefed or have the information or the technical expertise. The real problem with that is it appears to the rest of the organization that the responsibility now falls on the astronauts to make these decisions, and they look to them to make the decisions where they really should be making the decisions themselves. So I would advocate a very rigid structure that makes sure there's an X on everybody's head on who makes the decisions. And of course, as John and Deke have both pointed out, if you don't have any communications or you don't have adequate communications and people don't appreciate the seriousness of problems throughout the organization, nobody can make a good decision.
Yeah, Deke.
There's one philosophical point I think needs to be brought out here that hasn't been so far, and that's that the crew commanders and astronauts in general view things a little bit different than everybody else does to begin with. And you have to recognize that and be a little bit cautious. And I think what I'm trying to say here is that in general, a crew commander, if given a choice, is willing to take more risk than his management. That has been the case in the past. And he's more likely to give you a go. And you need somebody at a higher level that's willing to, on his behalf, willing to take the bull by the horns and have the guts to say no go on behalf of the crew. We did have that before. But that's a caution I would note here, because a crew commander, and we can all understand it very easily, does not want to be put in a position of being the only guy that says, hey, I don't want to go.
Let me, did you have a comment, Hank?
Yes, sir. I wanted to say that I feel that it's just like in our own government. You know, the buck stops at the White House or the Congress, perhaps, but somewhere, but certainly above the level of the rest of us. And I think that the decision to go or no go rightfully belongs with the upper management, and not, my personal opinion, not with the crew. I think the crew input should be felt very strong. If I make an analogy, for example, in safety, flight safety in the military, if you have a bad accident happen, material failure, something on an airplane, it isn't the safety officer that grounds the airplane to say, we're not going to fly till we fix this problem. It's the commander that does that. And he gets his advice from the safety side of the house. So I feel what we need to do is emphasize attention to operational and flight safety, and that's what the astronauts can provide, is this overview of what flight ops is really all about and how to fly it, then let the upper management take that viewpoint into account.
Well, that was a follow-up question I want to ask John Young. John, you have written several memos in the course of your responsibility as Chief of the Astronaut Office. Where do those memos go? And are they read? Are they acted on? Or
Pretty much all over the place. They go to our technical assistant in the program office, to my boss in the Flight Operations Directorate, and places. And each issue, I think, gets dealt with. I not complain about them not being dealt with.
No, the question I'm asking is, does it get to the proper people? Does it get up to the center director? Does it get?
I don't know. I don't know about
what level of management do they get to?
I'm pretty sure it does, because
I
send one to the technical assistant for the center director, so I'm pretty sure the center director gets to see them if they think they're worthwhile looking at.
But who makes that decision, whether they're worthwhile looking at?
That's a good question.
If you write them, you think it's important.
Well, what we think is important is to get the issues on paper so that people can look at them and think about them.
Right.
That's important. And there may be another way to do it. I just think you can call them on the telephone and tell them the same thing, but folks tend to forget, being very busy and worrying about a million details.
But I guess what I'm asking, is it getting to the proper officials in the chain of command that can take appropriate action.
I've seen some pretty pithy replies, so I imagine they are. Yes, sir.
Whether or not they agree with you or not is
That's true.
is not necessarily the point. The point is the fact that it was called to their attention. Then they have to make a judgment decision about.
Well, many of these things are, as I say, on the memos that got written following the accident that were released, that were internal. Every one of those things has a design, either has a design number or is being talked about in mission rule reviews or is being considered in the critical items list discussions, or has a place in the program that's being looked at, and we're worrying all those.
Well, I wasn't really referring to that memo. I was talking about ones that you had written before in the process of the operations. If they had gone to the proper places and received the proper consideration, not that everybody agrees or disagrees, but the fact that at least it was called to their attention.
Congressman, before the accident, I think the attitude of the agency was totally different in terms of being able to support the flight rate, in terms of being able to fly the payloads regularly, in terms of being able to turn things around. And I think part of the problem was that we were starting to exceed all our resources. We just didn't have the ability to do all the things that we wanted to do and were trying to do. We wrote several items on those things, such as spare parts and flight rates and people working too hard at the Cape and things like that, and nobody was listening much because we're all, the NASA's a can-do outfit. It can do anything it puts its mind to, and we're trying to do all those things, and I think people were thinking about them, but they didn't know any way to solve all those problems simultaneously. Now we have a chance to solve them, and I think that's what we're going to do, and we're going to have to do it, because you just can't fly machines without the spare parts, and if you're working people 12 on and 12 off for months at a time, that's not a very safe way to operate. And if your simulators don't hold up, if you can't train more than 10 or 12 crews a year, it's hard to fly more than 10 or 12 flights a year, that kind of thing. So we have to worry about all those kind of problems. And that's the kind of operational things we operate. The astronaut office is a very strange group because it does operate across all levels of both management and particularly down in the working levels. We have people out in the field running tests with the hands-on techs that do the job at the Cape. We have people in the simulations at the Ames Research Center. We have people working in the Shuttle Avionics Integration Laboratory, checking out flight software 2 shifts a day, 5 to 7 days a week. And we have people working with mission operations on flight rules all the time. So we hear things from the working level people, and maybe that's one of the reasons why we're always we're trying to get the word from those working people through the chain, maybe bypassing a few steps or two so we can help the program. That's the purpose of that kind of information transfer. But I think the whole agency needs an internal communication system that doesn't count on astronauts relaying the words, because we didn't have anybody on solid rocket motors, for example. And the people we got on engines, I'll tell you, when somebody tells you something about a space shuttle made engine, they have got to be a whole lot smarter than the average astronaut, pilot, or mission specialist before you can make a sensible answer out of those kind of things.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Scheuer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on this concept that I hear developing, that the answer lies to the problem that this awful accident lies in better communications in the agency and not really in the involvement of the astronauts, because they don't have the time and they don't have the technical expertise to handle the information. First, let me say that from the information that we got and from the information that's in the Rogers report, this information, the problems of the O-ring, the problems of the seal, the problems of the putty, was well known to all levels of NASA. In that August briefing, Well, let me just quote from the from the Rogers report on page 148. Item 5. The O-ring erosion history presented to Level 1 at NASA headquarters in August of '85 was sufficiently detailed to require corrective action prior to the next flight. And they recommended elsewhere in the report a sustained level, an accelerated level of research and development into that problem. Now, at that meeting, you had Michael Weeks, the deputy director, the deputy of Jess Moore, the associate administrator for space flight. He participated in that meeting, and he testified to us that at the end of that meeting, he briefed Jess Moore. So there was information at all levels about that problem. The problem was not in NASA top headquarters not having the basic information. Now, let me just rehearse to you those two meetings. Those two emergency meetings, the night before the launch and the morning of the launch. The night before the launch with Morton Thiokol, the morning of the launch, minutes before the launch with Rockwell. The safety engineers testified to us, before us, Mr. McDonald and Mr. Beaujolais, very terrific, impressive guys. They literally begged and pleaded with management, with NASA, to defer this flight. They expressed to us what was clear outrage at the flip that had taken place in the burden of proof. Whereas before, if they raised a significant question about safety, the flight was aborted. Now, they were told by Thiokol that they had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the flight was unsafe. They were bursting with frustration. There was a lot of rage there. And there was a lot of rage up here. I was a Greek and classics major at college. I am by no means an expert in aeronautical engineering, but I was frustrated beyond belief, and I think my colleagues were too. Don't you think that if a representative of the astronauts had sat in on these two emergency meetings, the night before launch and an hour before launch, and had heard the deep, almost desperate concerns of those safety engineers, and it wasn't really a technical matter. It was the flip in the burden of proof. It was their sense that the seal in the O-ring, the temperature, the sub-freezing temperature, the ice, the morning of the launch were life-threatening conditions. It seems to me that you gentlemen had 1,000 times the expertise that we have, and that you would have needed to perceive that something was rotten in Denmark and that this launch should not go ahead. And I'm at a loss to understand how you can say that you didn't have the time or the expertise to sit in on these two meetings and that it wouldn't have made a desperate difference. They were not invited. Of course they weren't invited. But what we're talking about, my chairman says, of course, you weren't invited. But what we're talking about here is making the institutional changes in the system whereby you would have a representative at the 2-week meeting before that, the routine flight review meeting, and at any subsequent emergency meetings affecting safety. These were clearly emergency meetings the night before, the hour before, and for the life of me, I can't understand why you wouldn't urgently want to have the flight crew represented at emergency meetings of that kind. I'd like to hear from any of you. Now, it was not a problem of information being going all the way up the line at NASA to top levels of Headquarters 1 in Washington. The record is perfectly clear on that.
Well, that's certainly an interesting aspect to look at the thing for, Congressman. I think we could have astronauts at those kinds of meetings if they promise not to sleep nights and work all day. You can do such a thing. Those kind of meetings go on at NASA before launch, every hour of the day and night. We can put an astronaut in there, but if what I believe is that the program manager had been and heard those issues, that we would probably not have flown either. And I don't think the program
in all
manager
respect,
heard about it.
excuse me, Captain Young, with due respect, and I have the utmost respect and admiration for all 5 of you. As a matter of fact, when the members here went to the last roll call vote, we couldn't talk about anything else other than what magnificent, superior Americans we were listening to, the five of you, and we were busting out with pride at you. But with all respect on this point, it's perfectly clear that top management did have all this information. And these are hard questions, they're agonizing questions, but there's no point in our trying to dodge the issue. These were very flawed decisions by people who had all the necessary information, and they simply made wrong decisions. And we're trying to look here at how we can change the institutional structure of the decision-making to obviate the risk of that again. It happened pitifully, tragically. We don't want it to happen again. We want the space program to go ahead. We want to be first in space. We don't want any tragedy of this kind to happen again, and wasting tragic lives and delaying the program more years.
Well, if an engine man comes up to you and says that engine is ready to fly and the turbine blades are a little cracked, but we've run tests and we can show that with the cracked turbine blades, the engine pumps are not going to come apart, and we've got to fly, would an astronaut say, no, you're not going to fly till you change the turbines, for example? Would you want an astronaut to do that?
If there's a significant opinion from safety engineers that this is not a safe vehicle to fly in, you certainly would have found that out. Well, the safety engineers would have been unanimous in telling you this flight wasn't safe at this time, with the sub-freezing temperature, with the ice on the launch, and with the problems of the O-ring. This was not a safe vehicle. Now, they were utterly frustrated because they couldn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Of course they couldn't. And they were enraged that they had to meet that new test that was suddenly thrust upon them by the Marshall leadership, that by their own corporate headquarters that had been under pressure from Marshall headquarters. But don't you think if you had heard those safety engineers, it would have concentrated your mind on the questions about the safety of that flight? Headquarters in August '85 was sufficiently detailed to require corrective action prior to the next flight. Now, the communications flaw, if there was one, and this is what we're getting at, was perhaps not involving the astronauts in vital decisions affecting their safety when, if they had been there and they had heard from the safety engineers who were desperately concerned, they may well have made the decision not to fly. Well, but you can't get around the fact that Washington headquarters of NASA and the Marshall NASA officials had been briefed in detail about these problems in August.
If you allow me, sir, the Level 2 program manager, Mr. Aldrich, had no knowledge of these discussions going on, and neither did anybody at JSC that was working with the problems. Now, it is clear from the Commission's report that they're recommending things that we certainly support 100%. One is that we need to reorganize our management structure to not allow this to happen again. And secondly, we need the safety. Now, as I read the report, correct me if I'm wrong, there were neither any NASA safety, SR and QA people at these meetings. And I think that's bad. What we've got to do is set in a type of system in which we have people that are directly concerned with operational and flight safety, and that these people are present at any time there's these kind of discussions going on where there's a potential safety factor. But that means they have to also be attuned to the problem as it develops down in the bowels of the organization, and that's what was missing. And we've got to put
sort of a...
Let me say, I think it's very clear what the Commission has pointed out, that we had a flawed communication process there. And
no, I beg to differ with you.
Well,
the Commission makes it perfectly clear that NASA 1 headquarters in August of '85 was sufficiently detailed. The history presented to the NASA 1 headquarters in August '85 was sufficiently detailed to require corrective action prior to the next flight. Now, the communications flaw, if there was one, and this is what we're getting at, was perhaps not involving the astronauts in vital decisions affecting their safety when, if they had been there and they had heard from the safety engineers who were desperately concerned, they may well have made the decision not to fly.
Well,
but you can't get around the fact that Washington headquarters of NASA and the Marshall NASA officials had been briefed in detail about these problems in August.
If you allow me, sir, the Level 2 program manager, Mr. Aldrich, had no knowledge of these discussions going on, and neither did anybody at JSC that was working with the problems. Now, it is clear from the Commission's report that they're recommending things that we certainly support 100%. One is that we need to reorganize our management structure to not allow this to happen again. And secondly, we need a safety. Now, as I read the report, correct me if I'm wrong, there were neither any NASA safety, SR and QA people at these meetings. And I think that's bad. What we've got to do is set in a type of system in which we have people that are directly concerned with operational and flight safety, and that these people are present at any time there's these kind of discussions going on where there's a potential safety factor. But that means they have to also be attuned to the problem as it develops down in the bowels of the organization, and that's what was missing. And we've got to put
a sort of a safety ombudsman who would be tracking the progress of the flight all the way along the line, an independent inspector general type of person. Yes, that was a recommendation. While we're at it, can I ask you, are there any important questions which you felt that the Rogers report did not address itself to sufficiently or adequately? Or are there any other questions beyond the scope of the Rogers Commission, perhaps, that you think our country ought to address and that this committee ought to address as part of its continuing oversight function over spaceflight? Is there anything you think we ought to focus on and zero in on that hasn't been addressed before by the Rogers Commission? Yes, gentlemen.
I haven't completely read the Rogers Commission, but I think we have established a great history in space flight, and we've done a lot of things. I think that we're at a plateau right now that I've seen happen a couple other times during the course of my experience in NASA, when we had the fire in 1967 and when the service module blew up on Apollo 13 on the way to the moon. In both of those cases, we figured out what was wrong, fixed it, and got on with the program. I don't know whether that's in the Rogers report or not. I hope it is, but I would certainly recommend we do that and get on with it. I think we've got a lot of things left to do out there. For this country to be without a space program, both manned and unmanned, I think is ridiculous, and that we've got to get out there and fix what we've got and get going.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, this panel, across parties, across party lines, is unanimous that we want to get ahead and be first in space again. We have a much more complicated problem than technology. This failure did not come from a failure of technology. It came from a flaw in the decision-making process, flawed judgment, flawed communications, flawed decision-making, and that's a lot tougher to address, and we're determined to get to the bottom of it. And if there's any question that wasn't addressed by the Rogers Commission that you think we ought to be looking at, please let us know sometime in the course of this morning's hearing.
The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from...
Can we hear from Major,
I beg your pardon.
Slayton?
I just had one comment to follow up on what you said. I think, as I understood what the Rogers Commission said, they addressed this particular problem and things that are related to it. And I think it needs to be made clear that there may be a whole lot of other things sitting out there that the Rogers Commission did not look at. And certainly that needs to be looked at, and that presumably NASA's doing that. But if you're asking what needs to be done outside the Rogers Commission, I think there's a whole lot of things need to be done.
Well, we'd like to hear from you. Maybe you could submit a memo to us.
The gentleman would yield.
Specifics there are. There's about 800 items on the criticality list that certainly need all get reviewed, and I suspect they are.
From a congressional point of view, if the gentleman would yield, we thoroughly understand that. In other words, again, I mentioned that in their opening remarks, that the purpose of these hearings is not just to review exactly what happened with the O-rings from a technological point of view. What we're simply doing here is looking at the whole structure, because before the people or Congress will provide the funding, they've got to know where we're going in a safe and directed manner. So we're looking beyond. I think what the gentleman from New York is suggesting, that you as professionals in this field, if you have any further thoughts that you want to express, do you think things ought to be looked at that hasn't been addressed? It would be helpful if we knew that.
On the whole process?
Yeah, on the whole process. The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Volkmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to express my thanks, too, for the panel for being here. And, John, I was very interested in your comment that prior to 51L, that you had, in one of your memos, pointed out the problems with the training and the astronauts for the flights and the time frames that you'd have to meet the schedule. Is that what you said? And also the parts problem?
Yes, sir. We're dealing directly with our people down to Cape. In terms of spare parts, we're doing a high turnover, and I talked to some Rockwell people and stole a confidential memorandum of one of theirs that said that there was no way they could meet more than 12 flights a year with the spare parts that we had without doing excessive cannibalization. What that meant to me was that we're being unrealistic about that, so I went down and saw the parts people at the Kennedy Space Center, and they said come back in 6 months because we're taking a lot of steps to turn that situation around, which they had done. They'd automated spare parts. They have a fantastic system that can pick spare parts out of the box, and yet the next time we couldn't find an unloader valve. There were 3 in the plant somewhere, but we took them off the vehicle to fix it. But so spare parts was a problem. Crew training was a problem. For 1986, we saw that we're going to need 220 hours a week in months of October to train flight crews. I was very interested in that because that's when our Space Telescope mission was going to fly, and the people who were supporting the program said they would only be able to furnish 160 hours a week, and at that time we weren't coming even close to doing that, and it was difficult for me to see how we're going to get from A to B, particularly since we just switched contracts there in Houston with changed contracts from 22 contractors to 1, and many of the people who were associated with old contracts, many of the key operational people who were interested in getting the job done didn't come across when we changed that contract. So that was a very serious problem as far as we're concerned to get flight crews trained. You never want to sacrifice on crew training, and we never have in any program that I've been associated with, because those people have a lot of work to do in space flight, and of course I'm sure the first time we ever have a crew cause operational incident, the first person they'll sack is the chief of the astronaut office, but who cares about that? That's really not the main purpose of crew training. It's to do the job right in space, a job that needs to be done for the whole, for the good of the country.
What reaction did you get from a result of those memos?
Well, they said it was too bad we couldn't get the time, but we're going to fly the missions anyhow, and we just had to cannibalize because that was the only way to get the spare parts to support the vehicles. So as a can-do attitude, we're going right down the road with the ability to do everything, and we're not able to recognize what I call sort of gray limitations. If the limitations aren't black and white, the system just keeps right on trucking.
Attitudinal, wouldn't you say?
Yes, sir, and somewhat of an inability to recognize capabilities and limitations, especially limitations.
All right, John, let's assume that we would, within another 2 years, have a third simulator. Where does that put us as far as crew training, number of flights a year?
I hate to weasel word that, sir. It depends on what kind of mission you're training for. If they're all about the same, you could probably support 12 or 15 flights a year in terms of crew training. That's what I think.
All right.
Now, people will tell you 20 flights a year, but they're making some assumptions about how rapidly you can turn people around, assumptions that we're unable to make at this time because we found that you can't fly people quite as often as we thought we were going to be able to do.
Is that assumption also based on these would be basically generic flights?
Yes, sir. Pretty much.
No payload changes?
Well, not many payload changes close to launch.
All right, the other thing that concerns me, and I thought I heard you right, and I just want to check it with you to see, earlier in your conversation, I believe it was with the chairman, you mentioned that there were some proposals that were to take place that you had been informed of prior to 51L, doing away with the FRRs, and what else?
That's all. That's all hearsay. Proposal to do away with the flight readiness reviews because we're getting so operational. If you really, when you really get operational, you start flying this thing in a hurry, like one flight a month. If you're going to have flight readiness reviews, you're going to have a staff of thousands of people just devoting to preparing for flight readiness reviews. You'll never. I mean, you can't fly one a month in terms of a full formal flight readiness reviews. Thousands of hours of engineering work go into preparing for a flight readiness review.
All right, does that give you any concern if flight readiness reviews were done away with?
It would, except that if you really are operational and you're doing your job right, the program manager's on top of all these issues. So in theory, you wouldn't need a flight readiness review. If he knows everything that's going to happen, he knows the machinery's all ready to fly, and he's on top of this engine problem or that tanking problem or that RCS problem, the formality of a flight readiness review in an operational system, ideally, you wouldn't need to do one. You can see where they're coming from with that idea.
All right, but that means also that the astronaut crews are just going to have to, if that goes, they're going to rely completely on other people as to the safety of the vehicle.
And astronaut crews do rely on other people.
And I agree that, but you'd have to do it completely.
Well, you'd rely on the system functioning the way it's supposed to work, and we've done that traditionally from day one. I mean, nobody can rely, even when they're flying the Atlas, that the Atlas was put together right. They just couldn't do it. You have to rely on a lot of good people doing work. That's what makes the Space Shuttle program work, is incredibly laborious attention to detail in every facet of every phase of the operation. That wouldn't make the Mercury program work. It's the only thing that made Apollo work, and it's the only thing that'll make the Space Shuttle program work. And
all right,
if we're going to get back to that, or it's not worth the effort because we won't be successful at it.
Right. Well, that's what I want to get to. You have to stick to detail.
Yes, sir.
And it's also what I consider, again, attitudinal, because as I reviewed the Commission's report on the FRRs on the O-rings and on the seal problem, that I find in there an attitude that constantly, that you as astronauts and management even at one level didn't think it was much of a risk because it kept coming back with it as acceptable. That was when it was presented that this was an acceptable thing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was presented as acceptable in the 51E Flight Readiness Review that Captain Crippen attended. And the way it was discussed, it wasn't discussed in a serious manner.
That's
it
what I
wasn't
mean.
discussed as a serious problem. Yes, sir. So
Right.
it's hard when you have communications if people are not going to make the issue serious. You know darn well the crew is going to fly, because that's what the crews ought to want to do. They want to be ready to fly. You shouldn't have to ask a crew commander within a week of launch if he should be go or no go, because if that guy's not go, we need to get somebody who is.
All right, one last question I want to ask you about, and that goes back to some of the Commission's recommendations also, and it should go, I guess anybody, the way I see it anyway, anybody that's going to be flying in the shuttle, and that is the question of weather at Kennedy and the changeability and being able to land there at Kennedy. Can we ever come down to where by the time that you are in D-orbit that you know that it's going to be safe to land at Kennedy, there's not going to be a squall down there, winds aren't going to be crosswinds, the time frame? With pleasant weather forecasting that we have, and you, let me ask you this, you as an individual, as an astronaut, do you feel comfortable with those conditions?
Well, as a having participated as a weather pilot down at the Cape for many years and knowing the limitations of the Space Shuttle in terms of tile damage and getting struck by lightning and its somewhat serious limitations in crosswind capabilities, I think, and knowing the variability of short-term weather prediction, and not just at the Cape, but if you go look at the southern United States right now, and in the summertime, the ability to predict when a thunderstorm is going to form up and be raining in the morning or in the afternoon, you can take statistical weather and it shows you that in June, July, August time frame at the Kennedy Space Center, you probably have a 35% probability of not being able to launch in the afternoon over a 30-year time frame, for example. But every so often, it's going to be the same way in the morning. So you'd be better off launching in the morning at the Cape, but the ability to predict when a thunderstorm is going to form up is a very tough proposition. The ability to predict when a crosswind is going to exceed certain limits that you're really placarded to is a short term is a tough proposition. People say that we'll be able to do short-term weather prediction, but it's tough. We've had flights in the shuttle train airplane where we've taken off. I took Mr. Walt Williams out to give him a flight, and there was a little old bitty thunderstorm 13 miles off the end of the runway at Kennedy, and I said, well, we'll just go around and do a lot of flying here and show you how this thing works. And 30 minutes later, there were thunderstorms all over the place, and we couldn't land at either end of the runway, and we had to, that's an unusual situation, but it just shows the dynamic variability of the situation, and the weather people said it was not going to be a serious matter. It's just tough to predict. So you think twice about wanting to land your space shuttle and take a chance, because once you deorbit an hour and a half, you deorbit, you give a go, no-go for deorbit about an hour and a half prior to touchdown, and then once you deorbit, you're committed to that runway. So I think it would be troublesome with our limitations on both the tiles and the crosswind limits and our current brake problems, which we're trying to fix, to always say that you could land at the Cape, because I think weather prediction is a tough problem. It's not impossible, it's just tough.
Thank you very much, John.
The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're fortunate. We have the representatives from the Mercury and Gemini days here, from Apollo. We have, in addition, STS-1 commander, and we have the commander of the last successful mission of the Space Shuttle. And I want to direct my first question to Commander Gibson. When we were scrubbed on December the 19th, if I recall, the weather was somewhere around 41 degrees on that particular day. Do you ever have any recollection, either at the time or since, that there was any conversation going on among management or any of the contractors about the question of the desirability of launching on December the 19th in 41-degree weather?
Mr. Congressman, no, sir. I don't recall any discussion at all along those lines regarding the temperature, and I don't honestly remember exactly what the temperature was, because at that point it really wasn't looked upon as an issue. So the answer would be no. I didn't hear it discussed at all.
Captain Young, you were shaking your head.
No, sir, I hadn't heard a thing about it. I didn't know it was that cold that day either. That's really...
Do you have any idea why then the temperature became an issue on the 51L flight? It was obviously colder. It was 38 degrees at supposed launch time, that particular time, although it had been a lot colder the night before. Have any idea, any information that you can share with us as to why in the hours before the launch temperature had become such a major concern there and not on the previous flights?
Well, Captain Young might be able to shed a little more light on the specific 51L But I think in our case, it wasn't really discussed because we weren't approaching freezing. And I think probably the freezing point and a lot of the water systems that we have on the launch pads and the support facilities there on the pad were perhaps the big issue that tripped us to say, what are the issues we ought to look at for a freezing temperature launch? And like I say, maybe Captain Young can amplify on the 51L.
You might want to check this out and see what you think. When 61C finally launched on January the 12th, the temperature was somewhere up in the low 50s, if I recall. And they found, in fact, that there had been erosion on the O-rings. If I recall, it was something like 4 1,000ths of an inch. And that might have then triggered people to start saying, January, why is it that it just eroded on this flight in January and the previous January of '85? And then they started thinking, was there a correlation between January, the temperature, and that might have led to the conversations before 51L among the engineers. You all don't have any specific knowledge of any of that?
No, sir. Just to add that apparently that data that said that we did have erosion, and we did, as you mentioned, Mr. Congressman, have erosion in one of our aft joints, and I believe we had some erosion on both of our nozzle joints. We had that 4 1,000ths of an inch erosion, and that was known prior to 51L, but that did not trigger any conversation to relate 51C to that, which was the flight the previous January.
In the Presidential Commission report, there's a chart on page 169 entitled Simulation Training, of which it goes through for all of the several previous flights to 51L, the day before launch date that the shuttle simulator training began in comparison to what was considered to be the norm of which the simulator training would begin, which would be 77 days prior to launch. I noticed that Hoot, your flight had the least amount of days. You started on L-50 as compared to the previous flights. 61B indeed had 77. 61A looks like it had about 63. 51J was about 85 days prior to launch in which they got into the simulator. Can you share with us what was your feeling at the time, and now that you reflect back upon the adequacy of the preparation for your crew, since you only had 50 days before launch to get into that simulator?
Well, Mr. Congressman, as you know, that's a problem that we're continually fighting, and it's key to the release date of the specific flight training load that we're going to get. We had a rather fortunate situation with 61C in that the type of things that we were doing, the satellite deployments, and I should probably also add that even at 50 days prior to launch, we hadn't really finalized our payload yet, which is another whole separate problem. But the particular payloads that we were carrying and the particular satellites that we were carrying allowed us to utilize other people's training loads, and so we weren't in as bad a situation as this graph would depict just beginning 50 days prior. We were able to accomplish a lot of our training just because we were plain lucky in this particular case, using other people's training loads.
Have you seen a crunch in the crew training in those simulators?
Yes, sir, very definitely. And I think there's another chart in the Rogers Commission report that depicts that, and it, of course, is the crew training load in the final 2 or 3 weeks prior to launch, and I'm sure you remember it very well, but the crew time expands up to around 60 and 70 hours per week because a lot of the things that we're trying to finalize and baseline early just don't happen. They don't happen until the final 2 to 3 weeks leading up to launch. As a result, a lot of briefings and a lot of training get pushed into those final 2 to 3 weeks.
In fact, I might add that, if I may, sir.
Please.
That about the time of 51L, I just put on the training hat for the office and was looking at how these training loads are going to be delivered. And we were already seeing problems. It's not reflected truly in that chart where it shows when they get the loads for a couple of flights downstream, like 61H, which at that time was supposed to come in June. We have in our training catalog a certain number of hours that are set aside to be done with the final flight load and flight-specific software. And we had seen a point where if we did all that training, after delivery of the load based on a projected date, the crew would have to train in one case 31 hours a week in the simulator, in another case 33 for the other flight. Well, this is ridiculous. No crew can do that. And so for the first time, the training folks were wrestling with the idea, with this problem, that maybe for the first time we were going to have to say, we can't launch because we don't have the crew trained.
John, did you want to add anything about that?
Well, it would have certainly been a new first because we've never slipped launch for crew training except for one time, to my knowledge, and that was a struggle.
Jim?
Mr. Congressman, one of the important functions that take place at a flight readiness review and L-1 day briefing is to find out if everything's ready to go. And as a program manager, we always had to have a report on whether the crew was ready to go too. It was a vital part of the mission, and they had to come up online just as the spacecraft and all the other systems had to do. Earlier, Deke mentioned that the head of the astronaut office had to sometimes rein in the crews because they were more eager to go than maybe they should have. I think it does put a burden on the head of the Flight Crew Operations Directorate to stand there and say, is the crew really trained or not? But as far as I know, it had never been a factor in any of the launches, but I guess maybe it did at one time. So it's important that there is a spokesman for the crew. He's up there on top in a management position. He has access to all the other people, and he can speak for them.
Deke?
Well, we had some similar problems early in the Gemini program, and we did in fact slip Gemini 5 2 weeks for crew training. We were told by people in headquarters, you can't do that, but we did it anyway, because we weren't going to go till we were ready. We also discussed in Apollo 11, we had the option of going on schedule or slipping a month, and we were very marginal on crew training then. And we were on the verge of slipping that 1 month, but we got to the final couple of days and decided to press on. I think those are the only cases I know of where we've gotten that tight on crew training.
Has, in your opinions, has there been a modus operandi within NASA that has excluded former astronauts or active astronauts from the management structure? Now, let's don't talk about right now, because that was addressed in the Rogers Commission report, and obviously Dick Truly is in now as a very much a part of high management. Has there been some modus operandi within NASA that has excluded or has been a bias against putting astronauts into the management structure? Jim?
Well, Mr. Congressman, as you know, I was the Apollo spacecraft program manager for 3 years, and I didn't find any bias. I must say, though, that during the time that I was an astronaut, I spent a lot of time doing things in the program office that didn't have anything to do with astronauting, like doing contract reviews and spending a lot of time with little bits and pieces of the program that really didn't have anything to do with flying spacecraft. But I was welcomed and had all the authority I needed and had all the support I needed when I got into that role, and I'm really pleased to see Dick Truly in that position, or a management position now. I found that my astronaut background was a tremendous help to me, especially in the type of program that Apollo was, where we were limited on the number of minutes or hours we had to make a decision when the spacecraft was flying. As you know, that when you're en route between here and the moon back here, you can't stop. And when you start on down at the moon, you can't stop either. The only time you really have a chance to coast and rest is around the Earth and around the moon. So we were pressed into making a lot of decisions a lot quicker than we'd have to make them or would like to make them. And I found that the experience I had was of a lot of help to me. But I didn't find any basic philosophical problem with me being in that position.
Deke, did you ever see that bias in the agency?
No, sir, I did not. I was in the management in the crew side up through the Skylab program in Apollo Soyuz, and then subsequent to that, I went into the program management. I managed the approach and landing test on the shuttle, and then was the orbital flight test manager on the first 2 flights. And so I had no problem at all. My role was a little bit different than Jim's. He was responsible for all the hardware, and my boss was the hardware manager. I was the operations manager, so it was a little bit different role. But we certainly had no problem at all with any level of management supporting us and communicating with them.
Hoot, let me ask you, on your flight, you started using the nose wheel steering, which would indicate that there would be less stress on the brakes because you're not using the brakes to steer. And you did not give a great deal of pressure on the brakes, and yet I understand that there was significant damage to the brakes on your flight.
Yes, sir, that's true. We had nearly a repeat from the data that the engineers are telling us. We nearly had a repeat of the 51D incident, which was the landing in April of 1985 at Cape Canaveral that blew a tire. And of course, this particular one is our particular case, Mr. Congressman, is a perplexing one because they liked the deceleration profile. As you mentioned, we did not use an excessive amount of brake pressure. We used essentially the exact braking profile that they were looking for, and yet we sustained some stator damage in those brakes. We also had the nose gear steering available to us that I did utilize a little bit during the landing rollout that 51D did not have. And in his case, this was Colonel Bobko, had to use his brakes for steering also, which put an additional load on it. So we were more fortunate than him. We should have had a whole lot more margin over brake damage, and we in fact did not.
That gives you an indication of what kind of a braking problems that we've got to solve, and we're doing that by improving the stators on the brake. But I'd like to say that Hoot did brake just perfectly, just exactly the way that they were said was the best procedure for putting the brakes on the airplane. And it turned out that we ended up with brake damage at 36 million foot-pounds per brake, where the guarantee on the brakes is supposed to be 55 million foot-pounds. So we still have a problem here, and it's in work to solve it. We're going for thicker stators and in a couple of years, new brakes.
One of the other recommendations of the commission is, quote, make all efforts to provide a crew escape system for use during controlled gliding flight. I assume that what that means is that if you got into a situation where you lost 2 engines after you dropped the SRBs, and you knew that you didn't have much chance of trying to ditch, that you would try to get into some controlled gliding mode so that the crew could bail out. Please give us the value of your experience as to whether or not that is possible as we look to the future flight safety and launch abort and crew escape.
Well, I firmly believe that we need such a system, and I'm convinced that it's not that difficult to provide. To try to provide a means to protect the crew throughout the flight envelope, I think, is unreasonable, and I'm not sure it's achievable totally. As has been said many, many times, there's a certain amount of risk you have to accept. I do feel very strongly, in fact, I am convinced that this vehicle will not ditch worth a darn. I think it's going to tear up and it hits the water, and you're going to lose the crew. There are contingencies that we look at and we train for contingency aborts in case we lose more than one main engine during powered flight that could force us into the water. I think that we should pursue, and are pursuing, we've got a group looking at it right now, a way to allow the crew to bail out in gliding flight or even be extracted. There are some extraction systems like the Yankee system that looked very attractive at this point. But
What
I think
is that, Hank?
it's a type of system that uses a tractor rocket to pull the crew person right out of the vehicle. And
To clear them from the tail or clear them from the wings?
One of the problems we're having to fight is how to miss the wing or in the OMS pods if you just jump out the hatch. We can't go out over the top or you run into the vertical tail and again the OMS pods. So bailout is a problem, but with the extraction system, it looks like we may get around this. We have a group that is looking at that now, and of course in the office we're very hopeful that we're going to come up with a system that will cover this area of our envelope, and I think it's worth pursuing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just follow up briefly on what Bill was touching on, and that's the escape system. I'd like just to get your overall view first about if you could pinpoint a few things that you think need to be changed right away in terms of a reasonable escape system, what would it be? Hank, what are your thoughts about that? What's the most emergent thing that needs to be dealt with?
Well, as I just said, I feel that we should pursue this bailout system, and as I say, the group is very active. Steve Nagel from our office is working on that group and heading it up, the part that's concerned with the bailout itself. And some of the preliminary results look very promising. I think that we've got the kind of expertise in this country around different contractors that could give us a lot of help in that area. And I think we could come up with a system that's not all that expensive, that we could retrofit into the orbiter and give us some confidence that if we had some of these bad things happen to us, that we can at least save the crew. And as I say, I think we got to wait and see what this group comes up with. But they're working on a tight schedule. I think that within a month or so, they're supposed to report back to Mr. Aldrich.
Do I understand that it's your feeling that it is not realistic to assume that the crew or the vehicle would survive impact on the water under circumstances?
Well, I feel very strongly that the vehicle won't survive. I think it's going to break up if it lands on any unprepared surface.
It hits down about 200 knots, and the Navy and Air Force have no reported survivals of ditchings that occurred at over 140 knots. So when you talk about kinetic energy, that's 1/2 mv squared, and as the velocity goes up, things really start coming apart. In order to get heavy weights into orbit, we had to design the system so that it really doesn't have a high-G cockpit like you provide for fighters or attack aircraft. And it has very low design crash loads in both the payload bay and the forward nose part. So those things theoretically will come apart when you hit the water because they just very low crash loads provide them. So even if everything did come out right and the crew was still alive in the cabin, I think the probability is that the payload would be right up there in the cabin with them.
Right.
Mr. Congressman, if I can add to that, I think if you asked around within the astronaut office and asked what the general feeling was about a ditching, which is after a contingency abort 2 or 3 engines out, I think you'd find that the general feeling is that we're not going to survive a ditching.
You all don't take those life raft training exercises too seriously then, I gather.
No, sir, I'd have to confess we really don't. And your question as to what the most immediate thing is, I think was hit right on the head by the Presidential Commission. I think their recommendation that said that we ought to develop as quickly as we could a means to escape from a controllable subsonic orbiter I think is the most immediate thing, so that we have some recourse in the event of 2 engines out over ditching.
Deke?
I was just going to comment, there were some studies done, in fact, tests were run down at Langley Field in their water tank of the shuttle's ditching capacity. It ditches very nicely, you know, as a model. The dynamics of it are beautiful, but as John said, the structural loads are fantastic, and the probability is it's going to break, and that was the conclusion in that time frame. That was
Just gentlemen yield.
Surely.
Just
Happy to you.
one question in regard to that. We're talking about an escape opportunity, but just for a very short period of time, isn't that correct? Because the first 2 minutes, everybody agrees nothing could be done. And once you get into orbit, well, if you parachute out, you can't get down anyway. So for how long a period are we talking about that you could use that escape hatch?
Well, there are scenarios, again, losing these engines that even you could lose the engines late in the launch before you make orbit, as such that you don't have enough velocity to get to orbit, and you're coming down in the Atlantic near the coast of Africa, for example. And there again would be a case where in this type of contingency abort that we're going into the water, but with this kind of a system, we'd have a chance of getting out of it. So in some respects, if you look at it, it does cover quite a bit of the launch trajectory.
And how long, I'm sorry, I don't want to take a lot of time, but how long can you glide subsonic, would you say?
Well, as you know, it's not a very good glider, but the kind of
long ways to fall, too.
The kind of things we've looked at preliminarily is that there's plenty of time to get the people out and glide and flight. If you consider that you've got to start getting them out, say, around 25,000 feet, and there is time to get everybody out before the orbiter strikes the water. Get them out by 5,000 feet.
Yeah. And just to follow up, does that suggest that we'd have to limit the number of payload specialists that we could have on board? Can we have an ejection system that works, gives you that window of time that you need to get everybody out, and still carry as many specialists on board as we do now?
That is part of this study that Steve Nagel's looking at, and certainly it may turn out that we have a limit on crew size, but we're at this point we have not reached that limit. We're looking at systems that can get a number of people out.
Do you think it's reasonable to have 7? Do you think can you speculate on whether or not you could do it with 7 at this point?
I'd rather not. I think I'd rather let this group come to their own conclusions.
Well, I think, Mr. Congressman, we're looking at kind of a two-part problem. The first one is let's address the can we escape from gliding flight under control, and then beyond that, is there anything that we could develop that has capabilities that would help us further during the ascent phase? For example, if when we start to say what can we do with a particular escape system, they say, what are your requirements? Do you want Mach 4? Do you want Mach 2? Do you want Mach 10? And what kind of altitude do you want to be protected against? How high do you want to be able to eject out of it? And of course, immediately we bump into all kinds of issues like going through the rocket motor plumes during ascent, re-entry heating, and all those things. So I think we probably are approaching this from 2 phases, one being the gliding, jumping out of it, and there you probably could accommodate 7 people. Ejection seats, I don't know exactly offhand how we do that with 7 people, but I think perhaps as we go farther down the line, we may be able to find some way of doing that, and we may be able to define some larger envelope that we can handle other than just gliding flight.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Torricelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, let me suggest that I believe that our 5 witnesses today have made a real contribution in that they have suggested to us something we should have realized all along, and that is that no new structure within NASA is going to be sufficient, and consultations among NASA officials will never be enough. that what simply must be achieved is real trust. And that is those who are going to own, operate, fly, believe, and need the shuttle are going to have trust in the judgments of those who are making decisions. But I think one of the contributions that you've helped us understand is, in addition to the need to have trust in NASA management, the technical people who work for them, is that so many of these issues are so incredibly complex is that no crew could ever be assembled that would sufficiently know all of the engineering requirements of the shuttle, that they would be in a proper position to exercise vetoes or to even exercise independent judgments about whether or not the shuttle should fly. I reached some of those conclusions myself from comments that were made here today, and I felt they were real contributions. Let me say, in addition, as much as I was impressed by those comments, is that during the course of the Rogers Commission's deliberations, some comments were made, not surprisingly never attributed, to different crews of the shuttle, suggesting that some of the civilians who had flown, including members of Congress, teachers, prospective journalists, scientists, did not make noteworthy contributions to the flights. Comments were made with some annoyance of their contributions and presence on the flight. Let me suggest this to you as members of the Astronauts Corps. The astronauts fly the shuttle, and NASA owns the shuttle, but it really belongs to the American people. We all have different objectives for it. Not all even involve science. There are reasons for having journalists, writers, poets, scientists on board the shuttle that may not be appreciated by the astronauts or some in NASA, but they are appreciated by many of the American people, and they are very real. And I only say that because, as much as I think the astronauts made a real contribution to the deliberations of the Commission and to this committee, I think it is worth you reminding yourselves of those things as the program goes forward, and that is that we all have different hopes for it and different objectives. Let me finally, having made those positive and negative comments, ask Deke something. Deke, we were in the Soviet Union together. It's ironic now to note we stood watching the latest engineering achievements of the Soviets for their space program, and with more than a little pride, I think, noted that our technology was superior, and while we were impressed by what they were doing, really considered that we were not at all in the same league. Well, that which we then saw as prospective science is now flying, and ours, which we marveled as being a real achievement, isn't. Let me ask you, with that frame of reference, you have now seen NASA go through several generations of talent and of personnel. Is the talent what it was? You have the same confidence that we're getting the best and the brightest of the American population into NASA, not just flying, not just designing, but in leadership, not just the top levels, but at mid-levels? Should this committee be as equally concerned about the talent we have in NASA as we are with the engineering that's being provided for NASA, as you've seen it evolve over these last number of years?
Well, sir, that's a very good question, and I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer it. My opinion is that, speaking of flight crews, that probably the later groups as we've gone along have been more qualified than those of us that started. I think you've got a higher level of excellence as we've proceeded on into the space program, because people have set being an astronaut as a goal at a very early age, and they've trained for it, and therefore they're very competent to do that job.
But Deke, beyond the people who are flying, what has come before this committee, the judgments I think we share, is that people who are in these management positions now have to be able to make judgments on extremely complex technical issues. that may not be from their own fields of study. Indeed, no one in management could have been involved in all of these fields of study and yet have to reach these judgments. And that's true now. It was true before. Do we have personnel that are as best as possible in management positions, indeed as good as they were when you were flying, to reach those judgments?
Well, I think that was the point I was going to evolve to, is that I think not only in the astronaut corps, but in the rest of NASA, the same thing has happened. The younger engineers coming in to do the engineering jobs, I think, are more competent today than the people that started in the program. Maybe the one thing that might be lacking, if you want to go to the top level, is that in the early days we had some guys that were evolved out of the military. They had a different level of discipline, and maybe you're evolving people today that are more technically orientated and maybe not as capable of dealing with operational problems. But I certainly believe that the technical competence in the agencies is equal to what it has been before, and maybe even better. It seems to me what we're dealing with here is really a communications issue, and not with a management issue, certainly, but not a technical competence issue. And some of that is understandable, I think, when you look at the relationships between the centers and how the organization is structured, and you can say that it could have been restructured so that you don't have inter-center jealousies interfering with the communications channel, which seems to me is one thing that's happened here when you have a lead center concept where level 2 is viewed by the other centers as being another center instead of having it at the headquarters level, is one of the references I would make. So a lot of it's in the management attitude, but I think, again, no matter how you structure, my opinion is you can make any organization work if you got the right people, and if you don't have the right people, I don't care how you organize it, it won't work. So you still end up dealing with individuals and individual competence.
I think that's part of the point that I had hoped to come out here, is that we are seeking the perfect system, the right arrangements of boxes and personnel judgments. And in fact, no system will operate properly without the right people.
Precisely.
And indeed, with the right people, even a badly flawed system will operate sufficiently.
Precisely.
Let me finally say, Mr. Chairman, that having now acknowledged that I think a real contribution has been made here in the understanding that this will not be fixed by putting in new levels of management or bureaucracy, but rather by having trust among the component parts of NASA, there's one other thing that I think we can do too. That is, rather, what you can do too. And that is that in the need to have the shuttle fly again, that there not be a national obsession in transforming the shuttle into a flying baby carriage. We will never achieve perfection and absolute safety. Only you have the credibility to say that to the American people. And I think, Mr. Crippen, you may have said it best for us to hear, and that is that if astronauts had this power in the past to stop launches, in fact, they would have taken risks that management would not. American people need to understand that. We are on the cutting edge of science. We are pushing the limits of technology. It will always be inherently dangerous. We need to know that. We need to understand there are risks to be taken, or America will never fly again. And only you can say it. Or we're going and dismantling NASA now, we're going to dismantle it too far. And in understanding the risks, we're going to become obsessed with them. I hope that's a contribution you continue to make as a group. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. We're going to vote. We're on second call. I want to pursue, and we're going to recess until 1:30. We'd really appreciate it if you'd all be able to come back this afternoon and meet with us at 1:30, because there are still some significant questions that we have to ask. So we'll do that, and then when we come back, we'll have Mr. Lewis from Florida will lead off at that point. I want you to consider, following Mr. Torricelli, would you wait just a second? Following Mr. Torricelli's comments, I think it's important to get on the record and think about this, if you will. There seems to be an accelerated exodus of the astronauts leaving the system. We want to talk a little bit about that. We want to talk about the general morale, as you would see it, within the court. So we also want to talk about the pay level. In other words, have we backed up against the problem that the people who are participating both at management level and in the astronaut corps, that the pay scales are forcing people to leave the system. So think about that, and we'll start with those problems when we come back. The committee will stand recessed until 1:30. The committee will reconvene, and when we broke up for lunch, we were talking about really personnel matters, and I believe Mr. Torselli had started that part of the discussion, and then we got to the point of view as to what there seems to be an extensive exodus, anyway, from what we can understand, beginning to take place on the astronauts leaving the agency. That's one item. What is the morale of the agency, do you think, at this moment? Are there more astronauts that will be leaving that you're aware of? And what should be done about it? And then I'll get to another point before we call on Mr. Lewis. Anybody want to start that off? What's your observations now? There seems to... Let me digress. Let me say something else. I have a document that was under date of December 18th. That came into a response to our colleague Frank Wolf from John Murphy, Assistant Administrator for Legislative Affairs, vis-a-vis the personnel situations that they were observing in NASA. And just some of the... I'd like to have unanimous consent to add this document, by the way, to the hearings at this point. There's no objection so ordered. But then they highlight certain points. He says, however, NASA management is concerned about the ability to attract graduates from this country's most prestigious universities. He goes on to say that the number of fresh outs we have been able to recruit from the top 10 engineering schools has dropped from 11% in fiscal year 83 and only 6% in 1985. Further goes on and says, although we have no real evidence of a decrease in the quality of our hires, there is a growing general perception that quality may be declining. NASA scientists and engineer losses for reasons other than retirement increased from 294 to 361. And he goes on with a number of items. He also says that where private industry involved, their salary offers often average between $3,000 to $5,000 greater than NASA's, and so forth. He goes on to say that these declination rates, however, do not capture the magnitude of the problem since they reflect only those who turn down a formal employment offer. Far more students simply indicate that they are no longer interested. So that came from the NASA folks, and that's their observations. I want to know what your observations are, if you want to tackle that. Captain Young?
Well, we don't hire very young people to be astronauts. They require engineering degrees and scientific degrees, and the best qualified usually have doctor's degrees. I don't think the NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, has ever had any trouble getting the best people for the kind of work that we do in the astronaut office into the program. A lot of people come in to be selected as astronauts and have an idea that we are doing something different besides engineering work, design work, flying work, and minding payloads, and some things that are not quite as glamorous as they see in the movies, like The Right Stuff. But we don't have any problem whatsoever recruiting, and anytime you want to recruit, you could get the best people out of the military services, out of the civilian service, and the kind of people that really want to be astronauts and do the kind of work that we do are available. They put in for the program every time we try to pick them. Now, in our stand-down, I think that we will lose some more people. We have an agreement with the military services on a case-by-case basis that some people will probably want to go back to military service to finish out their tours. In other words, before they retire, they would probably want to make general or admiral. And the way we are right now at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, it'd be very difficult to do that because it's not a line-type organization in research and development. So that's where that stands. We expect to lose some more people. We also expect that some of the more senior military people will retire and go into private service with companies.
But you don't see this to be a problem at this point?
Sir?
You don't see this to be a problem at this point?
No, I think it's to be expected, though, that during the stand-down period, the young people and very senior people who are going to fly will go into some other, will retire and go into some other line of work, particularly military people. This is because the military people who go to work directly for the federal government at any reasonable pay rate between the comparison of the pay they could make on the outside and the pay they could make working for the government will take a significant financial hit over what they would take even if they could stay in the military service and work at NASA.
Should there be some other kind of added incentives in pay to keep the astronauts longer?
If you want senior military people like we have now, like Dick Truly is an admiral who's head of Office of Space Flight, if you want senior military people to be in management positions associated with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, because of the way the pay structure is, and I'm just hypothesizing the solution to the problem would be to provide a certain number of general or admiral billets and fill them with senior management astronauts. That way you could get them to stay and work for the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and participate as senior management officials. That's the only way I could think of to do it. It'd probably take some incredible new law or something like that, which would be very troublesome. But that's the only way I see sort of legally to incentivize senior military people to stay and work at NASA as managers because of the financial burden that they would take. If they can't stay in the military, they have to retire at a certain point in their careers.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask you to
Of course, General.
ask the opinion of General McDivitt?
Well, I hope everybody will kind of get into this.
He's one of the few that, with his association with NASA, was promoted to a general officer. And just what John is saying has been a problem. That's why Dick Truly, in part, left the active astronaut corps, because by going back in the military, he had a chance to take a command to get promoted to general officer status. Mm-hmm. Now we have the benefit of him as an admirable admiral, as a matter of fact, coming back to NASA. But that's why he left the active astronaut corps. See what Jim says.
You want to comment on that, General?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would. And I'd like to go back to when I first became an astronaut. I think Deke might have participated in this meeting we had with Congressman Teague when he was a subcommittee chairman for the Manned Spaceflight Subcommittee of this committee, and asked us at the time what we thought about the pay structure for astronauts. Were you at that meeting, Deke? The conclusion was that for those people who are in the military, we ought to keep it at the same pay as the military. Now, there may be a lot of guys on my left who don't like that idea, but the thought at the time was that if you were a military officer, the things that you were doing as an astronaut were somewhat different, but not totally different than all the other people in the military. And if you wanted to have a military career, you could progress through the ranks at the same pay as all the other people who took risk. This is a risky job being or was it for me, a risky job being an astronaut. There are a lot of people in the military who take tremendous risks too. So we didn't feel that it was worth a disruption in the normal military structure to take and pay special attention to the astronauts. And so I served as an astronaut. I think I made about, I was a captain when I started. I think I made about $9,000, $9,500 a year when I started. And I rose through the ranks of, I think, lieutenant colonel in the astronaut office. When I transferred over to program management, I went into a slot which didn't have an equivalent star rank associated with it, but there had been a lunar module program manager who was an Air Force general, and I was the program manager, so it was probably equivalent to a major general slot. And General Phillips, who had been the program director before Rocco Petrone, had been a 3-star general. So it was about a 2-star slot if you wanted to slot it against the military equivalent. I started there, I think, as a colonel, and I subsequently got promoted in that job to brigadier general. I think that I went into that job because I wanted to get into management, and I had that opportunity, and it looked to me like the best aerospace management job that was going to happen this century, so I took it. I didn't take it because of the pay, and the interesting thing was that being the program manager, I didn't have any other military people at the time working in the program office, but I probably had about 75 of my top civil service people who worked for me making more money than I did. I had the opportunity to retire or resign or whatever, and I even had the opportunity after I did retire to take a job with NASA in one of the accepted positions. I'm not sure exactly what they call them, but there are positions within the civil service part of the government where you can collect your military retirement and also get civil service pay. I had that opportunity, but I had elected at the time to do something else. I had sort of set out a career path for myself, which included flying until I decided it was time to quit. And when you're flying, there are probably three ways to leave the profession. One is to get killed, one is to flunk your physical, and the other one is to quit at the time that you think it's appropriate to quit. So I see that astronauts leaving is not necessarily a bad sign. I think it's probably a good sign. And sometime they have to do that. And it's better to control your own destiny at the time that you'd like to leave instead of flunking your physical. So I had a career plan, and I was going to fly till sometime undefined and then move into program management and then leave the military service and do something else, which is what I did. But I found that management job to be quite rewarding. I was accepted earlier, as I said, as an astronaut, also as a military officer. I found no friction whatsoever. I had good support from the Air Force at the time, and I'm really pleased to see the Admiral truly come back and jump into a job like that, because I think it's important that the knowledge that they pick up grunting around as an astronaut and moving up through the ranks can be put to good use in management. And I would really encourage that this be done. But there's no way that a person in management can be a surrogate for the astronaut office or representing the astronaut office. The only one guy that can do that is the guy who's running it. And when they jump into management, they have to go into management and do the management job that's expected, whatever it may be.
Any further comments on these issues?
Deke, do you want to add anything about that meeting we had with Congressman Teague many, many years ago, 20, 30 years ago?
No, I can't add much to that. We were looking at the concept of whether there shouldn't be a pay supplemental for people in astronaut jobs and the relationship between the civil and the military. And as Jim said, I think the right decision was made. There's guys in the military that are certainly taking equal risk with this, and there shouldn't be any discrimination. So it was nobody ever went into this business expecting to make money. If they want to make money, you go do something else. It's because it's a challenge and people enjoy it, and that's, I think, the only reason any of these guys are sitting around the table.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'll agree exactly with what General McDivitt and Mr. Slayton said. I don't think that any of the guys who are doing what we're doing now are doing it because of the money involved. We're doing it because of something that we love to do. And I agree with what General McDivitt said. I think that we as military members of the Navy or the Air Force, as a commander or a colonel or a lieutenant colonel, are doing a hazardous job, but perhaps no more hazardous than what other members of the military are doing, and I think we should stay exactly where we are.
Captain Young?
Well, don't misunderstand me. I don't think it's a pay situation. What I'm saying is one of the recommendations was for use astronauts in senior management positions more often. And if you're going to, if we're going to do that, the senior military people, before they can stay with NASA, the way the system is now, most of them will have to retire and take a big pay cut at a time when they're trying to put their kids through college. And I think that'll be very difficult for them to do. But if they wanted to get into management positions, they can no longer do that as a colonel or a captain in their respective military service. They're going to have to terminate their service with the government, or either go back to their service like Dick Truly did to get into a senior management position. And that's what they did. I don't think that anybody's in the astronaut office for the pay associated with a job, or anytime, as we've said many times, anytime somebody doesn't want to be an astronaut, they're better to go out the door. That's more, that's better for the government, and certainly much better for the whole space program.
The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Captain Young, I guess I'm a little bit confused. Right now, there are certain members of the astronaut corps are career blocked as long as they stay in the corps. Isn't that correct?
They're what?
They're career blocked. In other words, I believe the Navy, you can only go as high as captain.
Yes, sir. That's correct. I think that'll be true. And in the Air Force, you'll be up to colonel. And then if you went into management at NASA, you might get promoted, but I think it would be very unusual.
Well, do you think this restriction should be eliminated so that you can true, you're not taking any more or greater risks than other people in the military, but at the same time, you shouldn't be penalized for being an astronaut, which essentially you are if you, say, stay on the list to become an admiral or BG, and you have to stay a captain for, say, 4 or 5 years if you remain in the Corps.
All I was saying is that the way things are now in the services, for people to advance in their service, the procedure is right now for them to return to their parent service to do that kind of advancement. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that's what the situation is. And if you want to have astronauts as senior managers who are military people, some look at that kind of a system ought to be looked at a little more, because when you put people in senior management positions, both their rank as a civil service person and their rank as a military person ought to be commensurate with their job responsibility.
And I think that's what John is saying about the limitations in the office. You just can't be a buck pilot astronaut and be a general. It doesn't go together. The job doesn't call for it. To make flag rank, in my mind, you have to, as John say, have the responsibilities that are commensurate with the rank. So to be promoted and stay with NASA, I think you've got to be given a management job, which is not in the astronaut office itself.
I see. I would like to go back and explore a little bit about the safety systems. I recognize it's an accepted fact that during the first 2 minutes of the flight, 2.5 minutes of the flight, that it's been written off, nothing can be done. And I also realize that there's a great difficulty in terminating the thrust of the rockets. That has to be done instantaneously, both the same, or else you torque and tear up the vehicle. But we did have an escape hatch, I believe it was in the Apollo program and in the Mercury program. Is there some way that we could be looking at a similar type of system so that you could blow the crew cabin loose from the entire shuttle with a tower, escape tower, and then dump the tower and deploy a chute or something like that? Or is this so cost prohibitive we forget about it?
This is one of the design concepts that are being looked at right now, but the present thoughts are that is a very, both is extremely expensive and extremely complicated, and would be a complete redesign of the whole space shuttle, and it just doesn't seem like a thing you can do if you ever want to fly the space shuttle before the 1990s. Plus it costs you a whole lot in payload. And I think there are other ways, maybe even in first stage, to achieve the same thing with an awful lot less, change to the vehicle. We're looking at techniques right now that use software on board that will allow you to lose 1 or 2 or 3 engines early on, possibly, and make it back to the landing site. It's some pretty sophisticated automatic programming, but since it's a flying machine, some of those things seem possible. And those things, coupled with escape systems, technology in escape systems has come a long way in the last 15 years since we started looking at this. In fact, it's absolutely remarkable what's been going on in this country. And maybe some of those things will help us solve some of that problem in the first 2 minutes, except as opposed to a complete redesign of the whole piece of machinery.
Well, as we've done in the past, isn't there a possibility that we could be looking at designs as we go and put them in the shuttle 2 or 3 years from now, or even a year or two from now? It doesn't necessarily, I don't mean to freeze our schedule until we would have a safe sort of system. I know we would like to be safe constantly, but we do know there's a calculated risk and it's going to be there, but we could look at that down the pike.
Congressman, you're absolutely right, and we can give you the information that's being briefed to some of our senior management this week. With some of these designs that people are looking at, it's going to be a quite comprehensive and thorough review, and we've just started on it, and some of these ideas are really really unusual and really have a lot of thought behind them. We'd like for you to see them. But the complicated details of an escape system that tears up the whole orbiter, I don't remember just how all that was put together and worked. We'd sure be glad to brief y'all on that later on.
It certainly would. That would be nice to have that. Let me ask you also, as we once start flying again and as we progress, how far are we to making a night landing with instruments in a shuttle? How far away are we with that? There's always going to be that possibility that we might have sufficient area socked in, and you may not be able to come out of orbit to go to some of the auxiliaries. So just where are we, or how far away from making an instrument landing with the shuttle? Is anybody?
Well, sir, you probably recall we have made several night landings.
Yes.
The mission
I misstated.
You mean?
Years ago, when you flew at night, that was instrument time as well, but that didn't happen anymore.
We feel that we are a fair ways away from, I think what you're getting at is an automatic landing or a landing under 00 weather conditions. We feel that we're a fair ways away from that kind of a capability because of a lot of the dispersions and things that we see built into the vehicle's performance at being able to do an automatic landing. And as you probably recall, we only have done an automatic approach down to around 200 feet. And in general, we haven't been as happy with the development and the progress in that particular area in a number of areas, one of them being the crew's ability to monitor what's going on and intervene if something isn't right. We don't have the correct displays to be able to watch what's going on and know that it's time for us to take over and not let the thing progress any farther. We also have significant dispersions. The vehicle, in many cases, will land short of the runway, and of course all of this comes from simulation. The vehicle many times will land short of the runway and the other time halfway down the runway where there's not enough room to stop. So automatic landing, we don't really feel that that's the wave of the future for the shuttle. I think we can possibly work on the weather minimums and work on crew training and reliability within the machine and better our averages at getting back. But we don't feel really that automatic landing is the way to go.
I see. What kind of limitations do you all feel should be placed on civilian flying, if any, when the shuttle starts flying again? You did touch on this earlier this morning, but I'd like a little bit more clarification. Captain Young or Colonel Hartsfield or someone? Deke?
Well, I'm a civilian. I'm all for it.
Well, I'm not speaking of former astronauts.
I guess that I'll offer my personal opinion about this. I think that there are some very positive aspects of flying other people than career astronauts on the vehicle. We do that in the case where we have special payloads to fly. For example, the Space Lab missions, obviously we're taking up specially trained scientists to operate the experiments in the Space Lab. And as I recall, Mr. Charlie Walker of McDonnell Douglas, who made his first flight with me on 41D, and his presence on board was called for because he had a very complicated device that he was going to run, and only he had the expertise to run it. And in these cases, in my mind, it's very much justified to put these type of people on board where they have a very strong crew function. Now, there are other reasons that are at the pleasure of the administration to fly people, and some of these programs I applaud. I can see some very good benefits personally coming out of, like the teacher in space, the journalist in space. These programs are very well laid out, and competition to make it fair to everybody. There are some other areas that I personally have reservations about, but it is agency policy, so I'm a little reluctant to speak about. But in the area of commercial payload specialists, that to me is something that I personally don't approve of, but that there's some good to be gained from it, perhaps. In all of these cases, I think from the crew standpoint, we need to integrate the crew early enough, and this is for all across the board. By that I mean we need to get these people into the crew training cycle early enough that we can get to know them and understand how they think and operate, and they can learn how we operate to build a crew. It, after all, is a team effort to fly one of these vehicles. And in the past, the way the program has been run with last-minute switching around of payload specialists, in my opinion, this was not the way to operate. That we weren't given enough time to integrate these people fully into the crew, at least to my satisfaction. So in that light, I do have some reservations about the program and the way that it's worked in the past. And one more thing I'd like to say is that I thought, in some respects, since this was still in my mind not an operational vehicle in the traditional sense, it's still very much an R&D vehicle, that we may have been a little premature in bringing people on board. But then that's a judgment call. You have to decide where along the line that it is appropriate to carry extra people.
Excuse me. I think you've answered my question on this way. I share the opinion with you. I just feel that there's a scientific need for a civilian-type person to go up in the shuttle at this point in time, or even in the past, that was the way to go. I had another question, and I want to ask that as well.
I'll come back to you.
Pardon?
I'll come back to you.
Okay, well, if you would, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I would now recognize the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just one question, but with your indulgence, I'd like to make a very brief extraneous statement beforehand. I have not been very diligent about attending these meetings of the full committee, and I apologize for that. It was not due to a lack of interest. It has been due to the...
George, can you pull your microphone closer, please?
It's been due to the demands of other committees that I had certain responsibilities to, and I have also a very high respect for the capability and leadership of the other members of the committee who are here. With that brief apology, gentlemen, may I ask just one question? This morning I was chairing another subcommittee at which a former NASA official appeared who had been responsible years ago for quality improvement in the agency. And he was speaking in the broader context of the decline of emphasis on quality improvement throughout the American economy. But he pointed out that this had occurred in NASA also. And I would like to ask you to comment as to whether, in your observation, there has been a declining attention to the necessity to continually focus on quality improvement, and if that has been the case, are we taking adequate steps to remedy that situation in any of the actions recommended as a result of the Commission report? And I don't know who's the best one of you to answer that.
Well, sir, we had perhaps an example of that on Captain Young's second shuttle flight, which was the 9th flight of the shuttle, and I guess it was not any intent to reduce the quality, but perhaps the level of the testing that we do with shuttle has changed a bit from what we did in Apollo. And what I mean by that was that apparently during Apollo we tested every little subassembly down to the little chips within the computers. On Captain Young's flight on STS-9, they had a computer failure that was caused by a little solder ball within a part that wasn't tested by itself. We went to testing assemblies as one large unit. In other words, we'd test the computer, but we didn't necessarily test that little chip. So each little individual item down within the inner workings of the shuttle doesn't get tested to quite the degree and the extent that they were years ago during Apollo. And I guess in some instances, perhaps that gives us a little bit less overall reliability than we might have had in the past, but it was I guess it was a cost-saving measure that was done for shuttle because of the financial constraints on development.
I suspect a lot of what happened was due to a cost saving, and in hindsight, we can see that it was a little bit short-sighted, but quality improvement is a very broad concept, and it requires the participation at every level of management and every level of operation. It's a real commitment to making sure that you're constantly seeking ways to improve on the operation. And this is the aspect that bothers me about NASA as well as about American industry as a whole, that we're losing out because of a failure to focus on ways in which we can continue to improve in our quality control processes. And if we have to shake up the whole organization in order to change the culture a little bit, to focus on this, we probably ought to do it. NASA is a critical organization in terms of the need for quality improvement at all times.
Well, Congressman Brown, I think some of that is taking place now. I know that some people I'm working closely with right now in our office are very much involved in looking at our life cycle and reliability program. And Mr. Aldrich has directed all these things to come together. For example, some of the original parts that went into the shuttle were designed for 10-year lifetime, and the 10 years is coming up in next year. Some of these things, like tanks, were built in '77. So we're reaching the point where we're going to have to take a look at a lot of these things and extend the lifetime. And we're trying to pull together, the agency is, I know, an organized, better organized life cycle, quality assurance, quality improvement program that I'm not sure really existed like it should have in the past. But the focus is on that, and I feel very confident personally that we're going to do the right thing by that.
Well, we're going to have to find some ways to measure this. We use the term quality control, quality assurance, quality improvement. You can't differentiate this from safety. It is the lack of adequate assurances as to quality which cause the safety problems. And so the two are tied tightly together, and we're going to have to take necessary steps to change that situation.
I don't think you get an argument from any of us on that. We very much support that.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman from California. We now have with us General Stafford has joined us, and we want to welcome you to our panel. We've been at it since early this morning, had some excellent responses and observations from all of the witnesses testified, and I think we might want to take you at this point, if you have any initial thoughts you might want to express to the committee, and then we'll go on from there. General Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to be here today with my fellow colleagues, and I regret I do not have a prepared statement since the call came in late last week, and I've been in the middle of a very hostile takeover attempt that I'm defending a corporation. So I arrived in Washington about 15 minutes ago, but I do have a series of observations on the Commission's report. First, the Commission did a very credible job on a very difficult circumstances, and I think all of them should be lauded for their performance in this. In the letter of transmittal from Chairman Rogers to President Reagan, it outlined a basic fundamental fact, and it says, quote, space flight, or the Commission recognized that space flight has a risk associated with it that cannot be totally eliminated. And that is true, sir, whether we view the past, present, or the future. Under what I'd like to do, just go under the some highlights under the recommendations. Under recommendation 1, the design, it states it's a faulty design in that seal, and having reviewed it, I certainly agree with that. There's also similarities whether you look at a joints in a rocket, solid rocket motor, or you look at electrical system or a hydraulic system. The weakest points are always the connections. And what can never be done to eliminate the connections or simplify a system should be done. I think it's also very important that you have an independent oversight as recommended in here with the National Research Council. Oftentimes I've seen both in NASA and the Air Force, people continue to try to fix a system or a design where it should maybe be started over or a new look taken. And I think this will give it a lot of credibility by using the National Research Council as an oversight. In the second item, the shuttle management structure, I guess I was never comfortable with the lead center type of management structure after having seen how satisfactorily Apollo worked. I think it is to Dr. Jim Fletcher's credit that he has assigned General Sam Phillips, who managed Apollo, to give an overall review of NASA management and come up with his recommendations. Basically, sir, both the Space Shuttle program and the space station are so important to this country that we have to have the right management structure. And I'm looking forward to the report that General Phillips, he has Dale Myers, that many of you know assist him, to see what they will do with the recommendations. There's also recommendations that the function of flight crew operations should be elevated in the NASA management. I think this is a very important observation. I will say that after the retirement of Dr. Robert Gilruth, that over a period of years, the Flight Crew Operations Directorate and the astronauts tended to be submerged under a level of bureaucracy, and this should be corrected. I know that as years pass, people forget things. A lot of people don't remember the tragic fire at the Cape about 19 and a half years ago. A few of us at this table do. We were very much involved there. And in the same way, 25 years from now, Mr. Chairman, a lot of us won't be here to testify or not have this position. But I think it would be somewhat appropriate, sir, that if in the language of the bill this year that it would somewhat direct that this action take place, because you would like to have an organization that functions that is independent of personalities. And so it's my recommendation to the committee that this would go into the law of the land. Down the road, if somebody wanted to change it, they could show reason to change it. With respect to astronauts and management, there's been a lot of good examples of astronauts that are qualified, that have progressed into various levels of management, both at NASA and in the Air Force. And I certainly think this is a very valid recommendation of the Commission, that astronauts that are qualified to progress in management at NASA, and I'd also say in the DOD. The next item, I'll skip 3. 4, the safety organization. I think it's very valid you have a separate safety organization, but also one thing you must remember is that safety does not rest with a safety organization. It rests throughout the whole organization from top to bottom, and everybody has to be responsible for it. The Air Force and the Navy have made remarkable strides over the years, sir, in reducing their operational accident rates. A lot of that credit can be given to the Air Force and the Navy safety centers and the way they function. And I think this is a very valid recommendation, somewhat parallels what the Air Force and what the Navy has done. On category, I'll go to landing safety, category number 6. Pardon me. It's landing safety, category number 6. I guess I agree completely with John Young that until a lot of things are fixed on the shuttle, that should only land at Edwards Air Force Base. I have landed hundreds of times at the Cape, thousands of times at Edwards, the lake beds around it, and it's the largest, safest landing place in the world. One of the major problems with the Cape, you can do a retro fire over Australia. By the time you get there, a small puffy cumulus cloud can be a 30 or 40,000 foot thunderstorm right over the runway, and you're stuck with it. Also, if I'm correct, Mr. Chairman, that runway at the Cape at KSC does not meet Air Force standards for safety and specifications with respect to the shoulders and some of the overruns. I think this needs to be corrected. I know at Edwards Air Force Base, when I was commanding general there, we stabilized the overruns for 100 yards each way, so an aircraft, the heaviest aircraft in the world, can go off the side of the runway and there's no problem within that 100 yards. Also, at both ends of the Cape, you have, at the runway, there's deep ditches, and if a shuttle would go off the end and, say, a heavyweight abort return to the landing site, you could damage the shuttle very easily. And to me, you have to stabilize both ends of those runways as far as you can go. This is a standard Air Force practice. You survey every base, and as far as you can go on both ends, you stabilize the overruns of the runway. The next issue on recommendation number 7, launch abort and crew escape. I'm sure this has been discussed here this morning. In my own viewpoint, I reviewed Paul White's testimony to the commission on page 182. What I think Paul said the John's testimony was on 184, I agree completely. There needs to be a positive means of crew escape out of the spacecraft orbiter. This can be done. There's been a lot of technology. The early ejection seats we had were SR-71 seats. Those were designed in the very early 60s. A lot of technology has gone forth. There's things that came out of Vietnam like the Yankee system. There's been on a Learjet, even where a Learjet in a flight test can have been out of control, this Yankee system would get you out very easily. There's also helicopters that have used a similar type system. To me, there's absolutely no reason that you cannot have an escape devices for 5 people on that upper deck to get out from a subsonic flight, from subsonic, say from 0.85 on down to 0 velocity, even in a semi-controlled fashion. And this should really be a mandatory item that positive escape mechanism is put into the orbiter. Now, I guess one area that I read through the report on page 184, I disagree with my old friend Bob Crippen that nothing could have helped the crew in this instance. That was my initial reaction too, but after seeing the findings of the commission, talking to the members of the commission, it appears that structurally that crew module was pretty much intact when it hit the water. And had they not lost cabin pressure up there, a ejection seat or a positive escape mechanism could have possibly helped them survive that whole thing. And this to me is a very key issue, Mr. Chairman, that positive escape mechanisms be put into that orbiter, whatever time and money that it takes. Item number 8. Yes, sir.
That's your observation. Your observation is that perhaps if we had developed some type of a safety mechanism at that point, that we might have been able to do something with that, the cabin, so to speak, of the one that we just lost, the challenge.
Well, yes, sir. Reviewing the data and talking to some members of the commission, it appeared when the breakup that the crew module was pretty much intact and stayed that way structurally.
Right.
Particularly if the crew module did not lose pressure when that large drag on the flat back of it, it's somewhat like a shape like an early reentry vehicle. It would have stabilized in a somewhat random fashion, and they would have had plenty of time at lower altitude to punch out. Even if they'd been lost pressure at higher altitude with an oxygen mask, they might have had the situation. Originally, I said nothing could have saved them, but then looking as the facts came in from the investigation, I'm firmly convinced that they might have had a chance.
A number of members feel as you do, too. I think it's interesting to note everybody starts talking about the cost, but as you were pointing out, Captain, we don't know. We haven't really finished the study, so we really don't know what the cost would be. So I think that that's a very good approach.
Yes, sir. I think this is really a mandatory item before the next launch. Now, go back a little bit of history that Deke remembers very well. When he was head of flight crew operations and I was his assistant, that in the design of the shuttle, at one time without the crew's knowledge, the 2 ejection seats for the first flights were baselined out. After we found out about it, we went back, we had a caucus, we talked to Dr. Gilruth and said, without those seats, we don't fly the mission. That's it, period. And so they put the seats back in. At the same time, Dr. Rocco Petrone, who had many positions in NASA, still associated the space program, talked to me on it, and he was head of Marshall Space Flight Center at the time, and he says, Tom, said, I don't understand why you do not have ejection seats in there when this issue was coming up. He said, we'll do the best we can to give the most reliable propulsion system. He said, there's no way I will sign on a piece of paper to ever guarantee that'll be 100% reliable. And so Rocco Petrone, who was director of Marshall then, said we needed ejection seats in it. And the ejection seats were put back in. On item number 8, nearly finished here, on the flight rate, says NASA must establish a flight rate that is consistent with its resources. And as I reviewed the data, and I talked to quite a few of the crew members even before the accident, it was obviously that there was a tremendous strain on the training system, particularly on the simulators. And it appears the shuttle mission simulator was working nearly 3 shifts a day, at least 2 for training, 1 for maintenance after that, 6 to 7 days a week. And if you review the data on page 169 in the report, it shows the number of days before launch when they could even get on the system. It's coming down like that. There's just not that many available days. I also noticed Hank Hartsfield's testimony on page 170 about that they were reaching a point where they'd have to call it quits, that the crew would not be trained at that time. And having managed simulators and worked with them for years, I understand completely the facts are up against. I guess it was my recommendation, sir, that even for a launch mission profile of 12 per year, you probably will need a 3rd crew station. And also, that simulator complex was spec'd and designed in 1972. It's old. It needs to be upgraded with respect to its computers, its data processing, so it will have more reliability, more flexibility for change out of software, and less time for maintenance. And that is one of the key items that I think we need. There's another crew station and the upgrade of that total simulator complex. The other area under flight rate, as we look at the shuttle and the requirements for the national programs in the future, sir, like the space station and SDI, and with only 3 orbiters available, I feel the system is probably stretched beyond what you could effectively use it as. For example, you could have a blown tire down the road and the tire could damage a wing. You could have had some type of fault, and you could have 1 or 2 orbiters down. With the space station, it's going to require at least 18 launches to assemble that station. You're going to have SDI coming on, and I don't think that 3 orbiters will hack what is, say, some of the minimum national mission requirements besides the DoD requirements. We have some major long lead item, major structure items that's already been built, and it's my recommendations that we take these long lead major items and integrate those together into a 4th orbiter. One area that needs to be clarified, I've heard certain statements that why should we build another orbiter when we have new technology? And this is probably referred to with respect to the National Aerospace Plane. Well, I have been on the senior steering committee of that under DARPA for over a year, sir, and the National Aerospace Plane, I know I've talked to certain members of the committee, is a great program, but it's strictly a research program, just like the X-15, and it is called the X-30. And there's no way should ever the National Aerospace Plane be confused with a replacement for an orbiter. It might be the technology for an orbiter maybe by the year 2015 or 2020. But one of the major areas for flight rates in this is the construction of the 4th orbiter. And the last item, maintenance and safeguard, the Commission said definitely we should stop pulling parts out of one orbiter, put them to another. As I look down the table here, we're all fighter pilots. We've probably all been associated with maintenance in some way. We all know what a hangar queen is. And that's where you have a fighter plane, you take parts off, it's undergoing maintenance to try to repair the others, you order a part for it, and in the meanwhile you need another part. And it looks like that this was kind of the situation that was going on at the Cape. And there's no doubt there needs to be adequate data for logistics and funding for spare parts to meet a realistic launch profile, so you can do away with the hangar queen. And that, in a short summary, sir, was my observations in going through the report.
Splendid. I want to follow up, but I'm going to call on the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania first, but I do want to follow up and think about it a little bit. We're going to be asking, not going to get into too much policy today, but I do want to follow up on this, the situation you have generated, you all generated it, is that we're speaking of these really important improvements that we can make, the landing gear, the whole thing, right? And then how is that going to go towards the time frame when we fly again? Do we have to retrofit all the things that would be involved? I want to get into that after I talk to Mr. Walker. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I assume that most people on this panel welcome the cancellation of the Centaur program? Was there anybody who dissented from that in terms of the astronauts corps? In other words, that was fairly widely seen as something which is positive in terms of the mission. If I'm getting shakes of heads that won't show up in the record. So.
I have no opinion. I don't really know.
Okay. All right. Second, General Stafford, you just talked a little bit about ejection seats and so on, the need for those. Some of us are concerned with regard to what would be needed for redesign on that when we look at the lower deck. Are you saying that there is a technology that would allow you to use ejection seats in the lower deck of the craft?
Mr. Walker, in my statement I said that it is certainly feasible with the type of technology we have for egress systems to have 5 people on the upper deck. Now the lower deck is a whole different situation, and I just have not addressed that. What you have to then look at, sir, is do you ever need more than 5 people on a mission?
Well, because that we really are getting in then to some questions about policy.
Yeah.
If what we're saying is that we would have to fly everyone on the upper deck, that you would limit your crew size substantially, it gets into questions of policy on space station then, on people that you would be, for instance, hauling to orbit on space station. You get into questions of people who are carrying out civilian missions, such as electrophoresis experiments and a lot of that, which are primarily the people that you fly on your lower deck. And particularly for long-duration flights, there might be a need for more people. In other words, we really will, if we decide to go that direction, we really will make more than simply a policy decision with regard to ejection seats. As soon as you've limited yourself to the upper deck, you will make some key policy decisions as to what we are capable of doing in space in the next decade. Isn't that true?
Well, I guess that's true. I'm going to have to defer to some of my colleagues who are more current, but I know there are 2 large openings right now from the lower to the upper deck, and you could possibly sequence some type of a Yankee escape system out of that, but I know there's studies going on, and I would defer to the study, but I made a positive statement, sir, that at least 5 people can be effectively egressed out of that upper deck.
Okay, and the idea of perhaps even having ejection seats for the lower deck is something that is being studied. Is that what the understanding is, Colonel Hartsfield?
Yes, part of the study that's going on now is to look at what you do with the middeck, how you get people out. They're looking at bailout systems for the middeck, as well as Yankee-type extraction systems.
Shuttlecraft as compared to the early days of the space program and as we've progressed?
I can give you one very precise data point. The Atlas, when we committed to flying it in the Mercury program, had a probability of success of 0.8, which is 1 failure out of every 5 flights. We only flew it 4, so we didn't test that. The shuttle, on the other hand, we're dealing with the level of 0.999 probability or something in that ballpark. So I think that's the relative magnitude that we've come in terms of safety since 1959. But don't let me mislead you into thinking that it's still 100% safe. There will never be 100% safe vehicle.
I think that is clearly the message that has to come through in everything that we do with the program. Is we have to understand that it's a risky business and is going to continue to be a risky business for as long as any of us can see out into the future. But I think that it's also important, given some of the hard-hitting criticism that is justifiably now being exacted with regard to the program that has had this failure, that we have made progress, it seems to me, in resolving some of the safety issues and have made it a somewhat less risky business for the future, and hopefully are going. Just from my own perspective, it would be interesting to maybe have an evaluation from this group, since you span a good portion of the space program, all the way from Deke, that was with the original Mercury 7, and up to or the Mercury program, and up to the present time. Do any of you have an opinion as to the relative safety of space flight, even given all the problems that we've had with Challenger, the relative safety of space flight aboard a space shuttle craft as compared to the early days of the space program and as we've progressed?
I can give you one very precise data point. The Atlas, when we committed to flying it in the Mercury program, had a probability of success of 0.8, which is one failure out of every 5 flights. We only flew it 4, so we didn't test that. The shuttle, on the other hand, we're dealing with a level of 0.999 probability or something in that ballpark. So I think that's the relative magnitude that we've come in terms of safety since 1959. But don't let me mislead you into thinking that it's still 100% safe. There will never be 100% safe vehicle.
I think that is clearly the message that has to come through in everything that we do with the program. Is we have to understand that it's a risky business and is going to continue to be a risky business for as long as any of us can see out into the future. But I think that it's also important, given some of the hard-hitting criticism that is justifiably now being exacted with regard to the program that has had this failure, that we have made progress, it seems to me, in resolving some of the safety issues and have made it a somewhat less risky business for the future, and hopefully are going to use what we learn in these hearings to continue to move in that direction. General Stafford?
Dr. Lovelace, the outgoing and acting administrator, when the administration's changed, asked me to be on a safety review panel that included George Lowe, I think Willis Hawkins, Bob Gilruth, to give him a feeling about launching the first shuttle that John and Crip flew on. And then later on, Jim Beggs and Chris Kraft asked me to be on another panel. Basically, by and large, it comes out that 85% of your risk is on launch. The other 15% is usually mostly reentry, because space by itself is a fairly benign environment. But the main thing, if you can protect for most of that launch phase going out, you have covered most of the items. But as Deke pointed out, the Atlas was not a very reliable vehicle. But they did have a launch escape system they tried to produce to have the most reliability. We also had the same in Apollo. Gemini, we had some ejection seats, and thank God we never used them. We came close, I think, one time, maybe twice. But in this case, under the high-risk area, which is your boost phase going out, unless you can get back to the landing site, you have nothing. And as pointed out in Paul White's testimony to the commission, and verified, if you have to ditch this orbiter in water, it's going to probably break up in the same way on rough terrain.
Well, of the additional 15%, I assume that a large portion of that, the risk involved is in the landing, too. It's not unlike flight itself, where takeoff and landing tends to be your two opportunities for the greatest problems. So
that's correct, sir.
One other question, a colleague of mine said that he would have liked to ask and had to leave, and that is on the question of the SRBs at the present time. Is there any opinion among the group on two questions? First of all, on whether or not we ought to go to second sourcing for purpose of SRBs, and secondly, whether or not the non-segmented booster is a better idea than sticking with the present segmented units. Anybody have an opinion?
Mr. Congressman, on both of those items, the non-segmented boosters, that is a proposal that is being looked at and has been looked at to some degree. We aren't very deeply into it yet. The redesign team is primarily right now looking at utilizing the existing hardware, seeing if we can do that. seeing if we can come up with a design that is usable and accomplishes all the recommendations that the Presidential Commission made. But they are not very heavily looking at the unsegmented booster right now. And I assume you mean the one that's poured in one piece.
Yeah, right.
They're not looking at that one heavily now. That one has a lot of, that has some GSE, ground support equipment concerns. It has some shipping concerns and things such as that. The redesign team, which is at Marshall, of course, has not really been chartered to look at that particular design heavily.
Yeah, General Stafford?
Well, there's two areas. One is just in general competition and procurement. And I know in the Air Force, once we decided to put pressure on Pratt & Whitney for a second fighter engine, with the General Electric engine, I was one of the two people that started that whole program. Eventually, Pratt & Whitney's reliability went up a whole lot, and their cost came down a lot. And so just from a basic procurement standpoint, I think a second source is definitely good. With respect to the monolithic case, yes, there's no doubt there's probably GSE efforts on it, but as I pointed out, the fewer connections you have, whether it's electrical or hydraulic, it tends to be more simpler. And most of our ballistic missiles, the way we've had reliability, that is the only seals we've had in that is just at the top for the igniter and down at the nozzle.
I tend to agree with you in terms of competition. I do think it improves things. The only question that I hear raised about the question of second sourcing here, though, if in fact you are going to go to a more unified safety structure, if you are going to improve your quality assurance program and have greater quality assurance out of NASA alone, it does stretch your resources then in order to provide quality assurance and safety inspection at two sources for your SRBs, rather than just one. Anybody see that as a problem? General McDivitt?
I'll not answer as an astronaut, but sort of somebody from the aerospace industry. It would be costly to facilitize. Somebody would have to pay for that. If you're going to build exactly the same design, that's one issue. If you're going to build two different designs, that's something else. If you have a competition between two distinctively different designs and pick a single source, then that's another issue. I think you really have to look at what the objective is, and I leave that to you, Mr. Congressman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I'm going to call on Mr. Mineta next, but I want to start a little different course of events here for our members and for you folks. We had not planned on getting into too much really broad-based policy. That's going to be following on our next step. However, if you've listened to your own testimony, you brought up a number of points that are important, and we've talked about many of the safety factors. We talked about the problems of the landing gear. We talked about an escape methodology. Half a dozen other things that are things that could be done and could be done really right now. I think that's a fair commentary to make, and should be done. In fact, I think some of you said we shouldn't fly unless we get that done. So we know that should be done. The second point that I think we ought to clarify for the record, the people of the country and a lot of members of Congress think that we have three identically the same orbiters, so as to say, on the shelf now. And that is not accurate. Am I correct on that? That all the capability of the three remaining orbiters are not the same, Captain Young. Is that correct or not correct?
The Columbia, the first one built, has about, seems to me, as I can't remember the exact numbers, about 6,000 pounds of additional scar weight due to the development flight instrumentation that was carried on the first flight. But the performance capabilities, except for that, of all the orbiters are pretty much the same, and although the configurations are different in places, we're fixing a lot of that doing this stand down. And I think the performance capabilities of all three shuttles is, as far as anybody can tell, is, you know, as far as a casual observer, is pretty much identical.
You want to pull that microphone? It's hard for me to hear you.
May I follow that just with one comment?
Of course.
That is following on General Stafford's comment. Since much to-do has been made coming out of the White House about whether or not the shuttle is old technology, I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we get these guys who are the experts in flight to tell us whether or not they think the Space Shuttle is old technology.
Well, that's where I'm going, that's where I'm leading. The matter before the Congress, as I see it to be decided, there's many matters, but it boils down to two things. First of all, there's no debate that we should be in space as quickly as possible because the safety of the country depends upon it. It's not a Buck Rogers thing at all. That's not the issue. Anybody who feels otherwise just doesn't understand the order of magnitude involved. I think that's number one. The question is how to do that with the safety factors involved. There is a major debate being taken place. Should we have a balanced fleet, manned, unmanned? I think that's already been decided. The answer is yes to that. I think anybody with reason would understand that. Now the question remains, how long and what do we do about that shuttle? The point that the gentleman from Florida is just making, which I want to elucidate on, is one, the question comes up of the level of technology involved. And you mentioned it yourselves when you spoke a little bit about redoing the, computerizing the simulators and so forth. Do you recall that issue? So you're saying that yourself, that there is technology that's 10 years ago, we ought to be on with it. I think you mentioned that, General Scott. Let's get it going with it. What are we waiting for? You see where I'm coming from? But the issue then comes back in priorities and what America should be doing and expending and allocating the resources to do this with. Because allocation of the resources are absolutely critical and adequate levels if you're going to meet any of the kind of demands that have been placed in this whole system as we see it today. We sit with a number of satellites, in effect, that have been designed and specifically to go on the shuttle. Now, if you don't fly the shuttles, we got billions of dollars worth, or at least hundreds of millions of dollars worth of satellites sitting someplace around that we can't use at this point. They've either got to be reconfigured to go on an unmanned rocket, or we just got to sit and wait until we get back in. So we are sitting on, would you say, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of at least, okay? And the leadership of America is really severely questioned at this point as to these decisions we're about to make, both from the White House point of view and from the Congress itself. So in my judgment, we have a short-range problem as to how quick we can get the existing fleet back flying. And then the longer-range problem, which we'll get into in further hearings, is what the longer-range policy position. Do we go to Mars? What do we do? But when you talk about getting the existing fleet up to par and getting the fourth orbiter into production, so as to speak, there are a number of safety factors that are important ones that have, in your testimony, other people's testimony that's come out. Therefore, there is a retrofit issue involved here. There's time and space. The common denominator is time and money, how we do this. And then the question is, that's the debate whether we're going to be flying a year from now or 2 years from now or 3 years from now. Someplace there's a series of decisions have to be made, money, resources, so forth and so on. But then somebody's got to have to make the decision in the time element, how much of the safety work do we do that we know how to do? You understand where I'm trying to come from? As to when we get back in and flying again. Do you have any, I guess, Captain Young, you're up there right in the middle of it now. What's your observations?
In terms of technology, there's nothing in this country or in the world today with wings on it that flies into an outer orbit and could carry 50 or 60,000 pounds up there and bring half of it back and use people in space. The next time you open your automobile hood on your car and you're looking for 85 horsepower and you see 85,000 horsepower, you're looking at a high-pressure fuel turbine in there. Don't press too hard on the accelerator, you'll end up on the moon. There's a lot of things in the space shuttle that are sort of old technology. We're talking about, in later days, putting in new computers because the technologies were the late 70s, and we know we can build a computer with half the weight and twice the memory and twice the speed and use those new computers and new inertial systems and new electronics and new avionics. I thought when we started all this that the space shuttle of the late 70s would be a totally different machine from an avionics standpoint in the 1990s. You're talking about in the future for the space shuttle program with these very lightweight tiles on it that re-enters it and spends 20 minutes in temperatures in excess of 2,000 degrees and doesn't suffer any damage and lands reasonably where you want it to. There's no other machine like it in the world. So I think in terms of what it does, it's the most advanced technical system in the world. There are places where it suffers from old technology, and we're trying to fix a lot of those areas. In terms of going to totally new technology, as Tom was talking about, the aerospace plane and other machines, they are very good technical projects and very difficult ones. Knowing what I know about engines and knowing about heat protection, I think that the aerospace plane is a really good technical program, but it's a long way off. It's really tough. And if we could get an aerospace plane in a couple of 3 years that would fly in orbit and carry 60,000 pounds up there and come back and land on a runway and take off horizontally, that would be the way to go. But as Tom says, it's a long way off. I think the idea of sticking with the Space Shuttle and doing as much as we can to advance it during the stand-down time, which is what's being done, is the way for the country to go in the long run. And I'm not saying that just because I fly it. I just don't see any alternative that's reasonable to get done by 2 or 3 years from now. They're just
put on your negative hat. The Congress is going to ask this specific question. They're asking it, and so are the American people. They're asking this one question: why should we build the fourth orbiter? Why should we not go to advanced technology? That's what the American people are saying. What it would, in your role, and all of your roles for that matter, both historically, previously and now, why should Congress spend $3.2 billion or thereabouts to build the fourth orbiter and not take some other route at this point?
Because the kind of thing that you want to do in the next 3 or 4 years with a new orbiter, you're not going to be able to do with new technology in 10 years. About as simple as that. There's a lot of programs coming down the road that need access to space, and the Space Shuttle orbiter gives it to us, and it gives it to us rapidly, more rapidly than those other kinds of things will do. And I wish I could say it was the other way around, but it's not to be. It's really hard to go into a new program, build, for example, an ELV rapidly and get it up in the air in a year or two. It's tough.
Mr. Chairman, if you deal for just a moment on the point you're making, though.
Just one second. What I'm trying to nail down, and it's so hard to get anybody to answer this, so the 3 weeks of hearings, I want to get on the record loud and clear. Hey, America, the reason that we have to do it is because of this reason. And you're starting to answer it, but people are timid. If we're going to hold the gentleman yield just 1 second. If we're going to hold our leadership role, and that isn't the total answer. If we're going to hold our leadership role, if we're going to talk about the security of this nation, then the only option we have before us is to do something. What is that option? Pardon my enthusiasm, but I'm trying to get that loud and clear on the record somehow.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to point out that I think some of us who are asking the question about the technology, though, are not necessarily asking the question exactly the way you've posed it. Well, the question is whether or not you need to use taxpayers' resources to build the fourth orbiter, or whether or not there are some other resources that could be used in order to pay for the fourth orbiter. There may be a question as to whether or not you ought to finance it through other means rather than taxpayers' dollars, so that the taxpayers' dollars can be reserved to go on to the next higher technology level, such as the aerospace plane.
I have no objection to that at all. I want to nail down the first and foremost, however we get the money. I think that becomes almost, I don't mean unkindly, I mean it's very important. But the first and foremost point that's before us is why and when. Why should we have to do this? Many people have said to me, what are you people going to spend $3.2 billion to build another orbiter? They got 3 of them. 3 ought to be plenty to do this job. That's been discussed by people who are supposed to be knowledgeable in this field. General.
Perhaps, sir, I did not make my point clear when I discussed about launch rates and resources, that in my evaluation that 3 just will not do the job supporting SDI, which you need certain manned missions, and the space station, which you need that to put it up. When you go down to 3 with any problems at all, it just will not support the national needs. That includes a lot of expendable launch vehicles too.
Well, isn't the general saying that from as far as the program is concerned now, as we presently see it, never mind that the Soviets are talking about landing on Mars in 1992 in a report that they just printed, we're saying that in order to, first of all, to launch the satellites that we have on the shelf, both weatherization or whatever we have going there, there's a whole list of them. We've got to do something, or wait. We're coming back and saying in the second point, as I see it along the line, whether we're going to commercialize or anything else, we still have to deal with this technology. Isn't it also true that the space station itself sits and waits? And fourthly, what was the other item I was thinking about? The space station. I had one other item there.
Would the gentleman yield?
Mr. Chairman.
Sure. The gentleman, let's take the gentleman from Texas first.
General Stafford, I just want to compliment your remarks. We've had weeks and weeks of testimony before the Challenger tragedy, and certainly many hearings afterwards, about the administration's program for space, about the military's proposals for space, about NASA's proposals. We've heard many private citizens come in and talk about their efforts, what they want to do in outer space. It is clear to this committee that without a fourth orbiter, our space program will be severely hampered in our lifetime. There is just no question, as you have stated, that we simply can't do all the things we want to do in this generation without four orbiters. We can build a space station, but we can't fully utilize that station without four. We can have space commercialization and try to compete with the French and the Soviets, but we can't do it as well as we need to without four. The holdup right now is not this committee and not Congress, but the White House.
Well,
as long as we are in this time frame of indecisiveness,
if the general, go ahead.
We really run a risk of not being able to have four. And
well, okay. I just want to correct one point. I think that if the gentleman would understand.
Be happy to.
I know you feel as enthusiastic as I do. I don't think we're prepared really to say who doesn't want to do what, or and I don't want to. I don't think we should be. Well, as we're not leveling blame on on any individual for the accident, I don't think we should be leveling blame yet on decision making, and that doesn't mean that I totally disagree with the gentleman. But
if the chairman would yield,
sure. Well, let me just finish, and then I'll yield. I'll give you all the time you want. What I want to nail down today, and intend to nail down, if it's the last damn thing I do in these hearings, is somebody to come back and start laying out what do we do positively. We've done all the negative work. This isn't a NASA bashing committee. That's not our intent. Our intent is to lay the facts out before the American people so they can make a decision. And I think if the gentleman's eloquently portrayed it, I don't know what's happened to me today. It won't all come out at once. But the point we'd like to get generally from you folks who have been pioneers, are really running the show as far as the orbiter is involved itself and so forth, is that a general way we should be going? Go ahead, General.
The Apollo program has been used as an example of how a good program ought to run. The technology we used in the Apollo program, by the time we started landing on the moon and for the years afterwards that it flew, was not new technology a la 1970, but it was a technology that we used when we designed it early in the 1960s. When I was running the program office, I had a number of signs put on the walls of the program office that said, "The better is the enemy of the good." The meaning behind that was, if we have a piece of equipment that's good enough to go to the moon, let's not keep making it better and better and better, because if we do, we will never go to the moon. We'll just keep making it better. And if I had a radio that would transmit 350, 400,000 miles adequately, and the moon only being 250,000 miles away, that was great. We should go ahead and use that. There were a lot of radio engineers who wanted to have one that went 10 million, 2 billion, or whatever. And if we had done that, we would never have gotten to the moon on time. And one of the major advantages of the Apollo program was that it worked against a time constraint. We were going to be on the moon by 1970. That forced us into making decisions that got us someplace instead of optimizing things better and better and better. As John so eloquently said, the shuttle does the job. It may need some updates from in avionics or some of the other things, and I heartily support that. But to start all over on a new airframe and a whole new set of technologies, we're going to see the space program not a year or two behind, as this tragedy probably will cause, but a decade behind, because we're going to have to start all over again. I think if we're going to fly in space, we've got to build some more shuttles and get on with it.
Is there anybody on the panel, and then I'll defer to the gentleman from California, is there anybody on the panel that disagrees that we should build the fourth orbiter?
Well, Mr. Chairman, just a short time ago, we were trying to decide whether we ought to have a fifth one.
I remember.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not disagreeing. I would just propose to you that the preliminary data I'm familiar with, being an outsider, would tell you that the orbiter realistically will not fly over 3 or 4 flights a year, any one of them. And so if you say, I'm now going to build a space station, and if you look at the traffic models that people have related to the space station alone, the requirements, a 3-orbiter fleet will not support a space station. So to me, the conclusion is very obvious. If we're serious about doing a space station in this country, you can't do it with a 3-orbiter fleet. You're going to have 4, because that is a program that requires an orbiter. Now, there are a number of payloads sitting out there that do not have to go on orbiter. They can be done equally well by other vehicles, and in my opinion, they should be done by other vehicles. And reserve the orbiter for the things it alone can do, which are very large payloads that require manned interface and require recovery.
Is it reasonable to say, and then Mr. Mineta, you're next, is it reasonable to say, make this observation, that if we neglect going ahead with the 4th orbiter at this point, in view of the posture we've discussed, and we were to design a redesign under quote-unquote so-called advanced technology, that we could lose as much as 10 years?
Probably. I wouldn't even want to hazard a guess on what you lose, but it's significant, obviously.
Okay. Mr. Scheuer? Oh, I beg your pardon. The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Scheuer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To start out with, can I repeat the question that you asked just before we broke for lunch? Namely, the significance of the apparently increasing rate of resignations by astronauts from the program. Pardon?
They did answer that.
They did answer that?
Yep.
All right, I'll go ahead. Can I ask you, continuing on this policy line, what are your 25 to 50-year goals for our space program? What national interests should we be trying to meet in the field of national security, in the field of economic development, in the field of advancing scientific knowledge for health, education, whatever purposes? And considering what those long-term goals are, what is the best vehicle, what is the best system for us to be shooting for over the next quarter or half a century to achieve those goals? Now, that's a very nebulous question, but we almost have to have some long-range goals up here before we can solve the medium and short-range problems. If we don't have our eye on a star out there, we're sort of making short-term questions without a long-term reference point, and that's dangerous.
Well, sir, if I might take a shot at it, and the other guys could follow up. In my opinion, the National Space Commission, which is run by Dr. Payne, and I have not reviewed that in total, but the summary of that appears to me to basically answer your question. I think they tried very hard to lay down a 25-year plan and a 50-year plan and do exactly what you're proposing, is to lay out a logical sequence of how do we get from where we are to where we think we want to be in that time frame. I personally believe it's a very well done document. I'm sure, like all others, you can find things you'd like to see changed, or, but I'll see what everybody else thinks about it. But in my opinion, that is a very good roadmap for precisely what you're referring to.
I think I would agree with Deke on that. I haven't read the report in detail, but I did scan through it, and it looks like they've done a very thorough job of laying out where we should be going. In my mind, these long-term plans set the tenor of the research that you're going to do to assure your preeminence in space. Now, that should be our goal. In the near term, getting back to the other question, what we should be doing right now, I agree with everybody else. I don't think that we can support what we've set out near term to do with 3 orbiters. If we really want to keep our position and move forward, we're going to need that 4th orbiter. Now, there are a lot of things out there that are going to be done that depend on the orbiter. That's taking the men and materials into space to do some basic research even before the shuttle comes along. For example, the Europeans have a very well-organized program in materials processing in space. And, you know, we're seeing the lead taken away from us, and that disturbs me very much. Our country ought to be the leader in this field. We ought to be providing the furnaces and the technology and inviting the experimenters to come up and to do this work and let us share in that technology and ensure our preeminence in space. And I think we need another orbiter to do that with. Now, getting back to the technology question of the orbiter, I couldn't agree with John more. We have a magnificent flying machine here. I've flown 3 different ones now, and they're all, getting back to the first question, they all fly about alike. I can't tell any difference in them. But they're all wonderful machines. The basic airframe is good. If I may, I'd like to make an analogy, say the T-38s that we fly. They're 20-something years old now. But we're still flying them. They're still good machines, and they still do the job. There's C-47s, you see, that were built back before World War II still flying around. And sure, progress is made. There's new technology. If you started right now, obviously you wouldn't build a C-47, but that doesn't mean it's still in a good machine for the way it's being used now. And you update the things you have to update. I think we need that kind of a program with the orbiter as well, is to make changes where the technology advances. I'm also agree with Jim down there that better is the enemy of good. It can get you in a lot of trouble. You got to be careful. But obviously technology does advance products, and companies that make them are no longer in business that provided the original equipment. So you have to do a little improvising, but doesn't mean it can't be done and can't be done at a reasonable cost.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yeah, of course.
Mr. Sawyer, I'd like to go back just to follow up on your comments. I don't think any of us are pointing fingers at anybody about the lack of a commitment on the 4th orbiter, but the truth is we can have hearing after hearing, and that's what we've had. We can hear testimony, days upon days of testimony, which we've had, about the need for the 4th orbiter. What's so critical right now is we've got this window of time to strike, to start the commitment and set the agenda. No question about it, there's one thing the House of Representatives cannot do, and that's set a space agenda. We can work on policy and work around the edges of what that agenda should be in terms of our budget, but the decision has to come from the administration on whether we have another orbiter or not. We can debate on how it should be paid for, and we will, but until we have that decision made by the White House, then this program is going to linger, and we're losing valuable time. And Mr. Chairman, that was my only point. I think it's so critical that we urge the White House to make a decision about the orbiter, and let's get on with the debate of how we pay for it. Thank you.
May I continue, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. The gentleman from New York.
We've talked about the inordinate cost of the long-term space program, going up into tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars, I suppose. And also the fact that we are not first in space, and other countries, particularly the Soviets, according to the British, have a significant advantage on us. They're ahead in the technology race. Major Slayton, you've had some hands-on experience working with the Soviets in the Soyuz mission. You must have a feeling in your blood and guts and in your central nervous system of what it's like to work with the Soviets in this ultra-high-tech effort. Would you, and any of the others who are interested in answering, think it might be worth our while to think about a joint effort, let's say to get to Mars, or to achieve any of these long-term 25, 50-year goals? A joint effort perhaps with the Soviets and the European consortium, perhaps with the Soviets and the European consortium and the Japanese, on several grounds. First, that we ought to divide up the costs. No country really can afford to do it all and do it right. The financial costs are absolutely stupendous. Second of all, no country has a lock-on technology, and this is a case where the whole is certainly equal to the sum of the parts, and maybe is greater than the sum of the parts. Maybe the interaction of the scientists would achieved breakthroughs that no one of them separately could make. So you have a cost benefit and you have a scientific benefit. Then perhaps we might find that in working together, we wouldn't each of us have to worry so much separately about the national security implications of being first in space, of getting there fastest with the mostest. We might decide that space is for all of us and that it ought to be a serene place and not a warlike place. And fourth, from the point of view of science and technology, applications of what we learn to space, to Earth problems, the incredible advances in medical technology and telecommunications that we've already used for health and for education here on Earth as a result of space research, well, we could all share that, and that might be part of the glue that binds us together. I see tremendous possibilities in a global effort to achieve these 25 and 50-year goals in space. And I know that the centripetal forces tearing us apart and scatterizing, destroying joint efforts are great. The question is, are there enough centrifugal forces, or is it the other way around? I think, are there enough centripetal forces drawing us toward the center to counteract these centripetal forces that are scatterizing us to the four winds, to make a joint effort in space among all the great global competitors a desirable thing for each one of them based on enlightened self-interest and a feasible possibility. As I say, you've had the hands-on experience. You must have a feeling in your central nervous system that this is doable, or they're really not the kind of people you'd want to make a commitment to work with over a quarter a century or half a century. How does the idea of one great global consortium to work long-term in space together grab you?
Well, sir, I'm personally highly in favor of it. Tom and I worked with the Russians for about 3 or 4 years in preparation for the Apollo Soyuz, and Tom was the commander of that crew. And but in that time frame, 1975, I think we recommended publicly at that time that we thought it would be a great idea to have a joint mission with the Russians, with a Mars exploration thing. We were over there last fall with Congressman Nelson and his committee and pursuing precisely those same kinds of discussions with them. And we received, Bill can tell you better than I can, but I think we received a very favorable reception over there in general. They were hung up on making a trade for Star Wars, but other than that, they thought it was a good idea. And Tom and I are going back there again next week, get a little dialogue with them. So my personal opinion is that you've hit on a number of excellent points that are all in favor of a joint operation in the future, and I'm a firm believer in that. I think that we take a small percentage of the money that's spent on defense budgets and plow it into joint missions doing something constructive like that. It'll be to everybody's benefit on a global scale.
General Stafford, you were the commander of that joint mission with the Soviets. Can we hear your views?
Well, I think a lot can be done in a very positive sense. I will defer any comment on Deke's idea about taking a percentage of the defense budget and putting on it, but I think a lot can be done. We were very well received. We certainly accomplished a lot over there, and I'm looking forward to going back with Deke over there. One thing, though, when you look at the magnitude of, say, a Mars mission or something of this nature, and I've had a lot of experience working in joint research and development projects with the European and NATO people when I headed Air Force R&D. Our experience was this: joint production was fine, joint R&D was extremely difficult. But on the other hand, like Apollo Soyuz, where each had their own vehicle developed, and all we had to do was just develop a minor interface, it worked very well.
Can you take a look at the whole panoply of R&D, the whole length and breadth of it, and divvy it up and sort of assign big hunks of it? One hunk to the Europeans, one hunk to the Japanese, one hunk to the Russians, one to us?
I think, sir, if you say a certain vehicle with certain specifications that an entity like ESA would take and develop that, or the Japanese, that's fine. And then the only thing you have to worry about is the interface, assuming it meets a lot of specifications. But to try to integrate research and development across national boundaries has been a very difficult thing. But you see what I'm saying? I'm still saying I think it's a good idea to go forward, but you have to use some judicial judgment in how you do go forward.
I think the plus side of that, though, the forcing function of having to do that has got a whole lot of side benefits from a national.
Yeah. What would be the best way to get that cerebral process going among, let's say, these four groups, the Russians, the Japanese, the West German Consortium, ourselves, and perhaps the Canadians? That's 5 groups. What would be the best way of getting some collective thinking going as to how, A, the process of setting long-term goals could be established, mutual goals, B, how the question of the enormously complicated and esoteric research could be established to design something, and then finally how the actually production responsibilities would be allocated. What would be the mechanism by which these 5 groups would be thinking through these problems?
Let me take one shot at it. I think, in my opinion, the first step has to be to get a dialogue going with the Russians. And today, you can't do that because, as I indicated earlier, they are holding everything we were proposing to them in that time frame hostage to Star Wars. So until you can break that log jam and get a dialogue going, you really can't go anywhere with it. But presuming that you get over that hump, then I think you will find it, as Tom said, dealing with those guys is not like talking to the Canadians, but we certainly know how to do it. And I think you can get by the problem once you get to the point where you can get everybody in the same room and sit around and jointly discuss goals from a technical point of view instead of a political point of view. Obviously, the political ends up being the prime driver in the long haul, but you first have to get people together and discussing the
And I'd have to say, I know my time is up, Mr. Chairman, but as a parenthetical footnote, one of the great payoffs of such a collective effort would be that no one of the parties involved would have to worry about the other guys having a Star Wars, because they'd all have Star Wars, and they'd all be in it together. And space would be a collective thing for all mankind, and not the property of any one nation that would threaten others. However you might describe the threat as reasonable or unreasonable, that certainly would want to be one of the major payoffs. I yield, Chairman. Thank you very much.
I yield now to the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Scheuer, it's interesting. This is just a little sidelight on this issue. But Tom and Deke are going over there again to Moscow, a follow-up to the reunion that we had when they had the 10-year reunion here in Washington, and then Tom and Deke went over with our committee, had this marvelous reunion with the cosmonauts and their families. It was on that occasion that we saw things that Americans had not seen in 10 years. We went to Star City. We went to their mission control, their updated mission control, and so forth. Now, I just throw this in because Tom told me this 2 days ago. Vance Brenn was not able to go with us because his wife was having a baby. And, of course, he was the 3rd member of the Apollo team in the Apollo-Soyuz dock-up. The U.S. State Department is objecting to Vance Brenn going to Moscow next week with Deke and Tom because he's an active astronaut. Now, I've asked John about this. He doesn't see any particular problem.
I said I didn't know anything about it, Congressman.
Okay. Do you have a particular problem with it?
Don't know anything about it.
Okay.
I like to know what the State Department problem is, but I don't.
All right. Let's just use this as a forum to try to get to the message to the State Department, which I have spoken to one State Department person, and we have called the State Department. Let's see if we can't get Vance Brenn on the way to pursue what seems to be a very promising area of discussion. And we might say that since the summit in Geneva, there have been some positive signs on the question of space cooperation coming forth from the Soviets. And let's see if we can get that accomplished. And John, that was an accurate response by you. I didn't mean to put you on the on the spot there. I know you don't know anything about it, and maybe that says something about the system too, that you don't know anything about it, that it's the State Department that's doing that.
Will my colleague yield?
Certainly.
It seems to me that somebody over at the State Department is an avid reader of Mr. Le Carré and some of the other writers in this general genre of international spy mystery thrillers. I remember having read something about snatches that were made, people impersonating other people, and if I were in the State Department, I really wanted to conjure up a worst-case theory. I could think of a possible drill, a possible scenario whereby it might be dangerous for us to send an astronaut over there who was active and who was privy to the most top secret, state-of-the-art events going on here. Maybe they do have a mirror image of each one of the astronauts ready to snatch and replace. But unless you engage in that kind of fantasy and in that kind of hysteria, I would be hard put to think of a legitimate reason for not sending a tough, sophisticated, professional astronaut over there in the company of his colleagues and the company of other American professionals to reason a bit, to rationalize a bit with their Russian equals. And I certainly would echo that feeling, Mr. Chairman, that this committee and you surely have a role in sitting down with the State Department and finding out what are their concerns, above and beyond the Jean Le Carré genre.
It's amazing they don't have any objections to sending members of Congress. The gentleman from Florida.
Yeah, I feel a little bit offensive. I feel a little bit offended that they don't think that we'd be worth snatching and providing a double image.
I don't think we could be cloned. The gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, this has been an excellent discussion, and I just want to underscore 2 points, and then I'll yield. First of all, the issue that we're discussing about the question of what's the appropriate technology for a replacement orbiter. The real question is, how are we going to have American assured access to space for the duration of this century until such a new technology, aerospace plane, if it proves out, is operational, which is not until the next century. And so it seems that we have heard ample testimony here, despite the fact that you get frustrated from time to time because the explanations, Mr. Chairman, are technical, and we need it in black and white that says we need it for this reason. And basically that reason is assured access to space. And in this particular case, this is our vehicle for manned access to space. Now, the question of the funding, we're talking about not $3 billion or 3.2, we're talking about around 1.8 to $2 billion for the orbiter. The $2.8 billion figure for a replacement cost came when you added all the things that were in Challenger and lost in the explosion, which included the TDRS satellite, the cradle, the manipulator arm, the spacesuits, the upper stage, etc. So you're looking at a cost more of around $2 billion for a replacement of a specific orbiter. And as we talk about this question of assured access, let us hasten to remember that the Soviets now have the third generation of space station up there, which gives them that 24-hour presence 7 days a week for things that we look forward to, such as material processing, which we can only get in snatches and bits now as we take a shuttle mission up. And then that question of the possibility of new materials and new drugs, etc., all then folds into the question of the space station and our ability to be able to assemble it, to resupply it, and then do all the other things, science, as well as national security things that has to go on a manned vehicle as a shuttle. And you come then, after all of those considerations, let the record show clearly, you come down to the bottom line. For the sake of assured access to space, you have to have a replacement for Challenger. And I hope that the record will reflect that. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for raising that issue so that we could have the record reflected from this very distinguished and very articulate panel that we have before the committee today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman from Florida for his eloquent remarks. We want to thank you. There's no
Mr.
more.
Chairman.
Oh, you have a question?
Just briefly.
The
I mean, we
distinguished
did have
gentleman from Pennsylvania.
We did have quite a discussion here a moment ago about sending Vance Brand to the Soviet Union. I would simply say that I think also we ought to ask some questions. But it does occur to this gentleman that far more than just spy novels, there might be some reasons that the State Department might have about sending an active astronaut with regard to the policy position he still remains in versus two people who are no longer in policy posts. And also that for propaganda value at the time when our space program is in some trouble, that having an active astronaut in the Soviet Union might give them some propaganda value that having two former astronauts would not necessarily give them. I mean, there may be some legitimate concerns that the State Department would have. I'm perfectly willing to explore it, but I think before we suggest that all that they're doing is suggesting spy novel scenarios and so on, we maybe ought to ask the question rather than doing that kind of speculation here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. I want to thank you all for being with us and having the patience to sit through what we're trying to do, and I'm not going to rehash. I think you've offered many, many excellent suggestions, a good overview. I think that you represent to America the people who really have been specially selected to fly these spacecraft, and that's what I want to call them, they're spacecrafts, that's what they are. So that the credibility of having you here today and making the observations you made, and of course this will be being photographed and be sent throughout the nation. What we're trying to achieve, and as hopefully now as quickly as possible, and I want to close on that note, what we're really trying to do in this committee is to get the three branches of the three legs we talked about together, and you've started now today on the policy issues. We feel that we have, at least as far as this member is concerned, I'm sure most of the other members, pretty well exhausted the technology relating specifically to the accident. We think we've done that. I think that we have some additional work to do as far as policy issues, not policy, as far as management issues are concerned. I think we need a little bit more work on that, which we're working on, then to get into the policy end of it. But I think what you have contributed today, above and beyond the obvious of excellent testimony, is the almost unanimous observation. That's why I didn't ask each one of you to answer separately, because you come from different domains, if you like, at a particular station at the moment, that in order for America to move ahead, and move ahead with dispatch, and to recapture or sustain our leadership, we've got to go ahead with a fourth orbiter at least. And I think that that is one of the most important points that is emerging. And I think it's emerging from a credible group of witnesses. Did you say something? Oh, Jimmy, you have something? So having said that, we want to thank you again for your patience, your indulgence. You've contributed greatly to the committee's deliberations. We probably, if we need you again on some of the policy issues as they emerge, we'll be calling you back. We do want to thank you for your participation today. The committee will stand adjourned, and we're working out schedules that we'll be working on for when we return after the 4th of July. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. No, we didn't. I think that I did.